Welcome to the 2023 January 10th board meeting, regular board meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone here this evening and am excited that you are here to join us today. We have a very full board meeting and we are excited to be able to move forward into that. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Good evening. Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Melissa Mason.
Here.
Hugh McManus.
Present.
And Stephanie Walker.
Here.
Thank you very much. At this point, we will call for a motion to approve the agenda.
I make a motion.
So moved. Ms. Mason, do I hear a second? Second. Ms. Walker, is there any discussion? I would actually like to add one quick thing. After our Friday retreat, which went, I think, very well, I move that we add a discussion of changing our agenda meeting to an open meeting followed by a closed session. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Bradford. All in favor? Please. Oh, is there any discussion? I'm sorry. If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passes 7-0. Mr. Craybill?
Mrs. Craybill's here today. You called me Mr. Craybill.
Did I say? I'm sorry, Mrs. Craybill.
You were starting to look like that.
Wow.
I wanted to add board norms to the agenda.
Okay.
The
Discussion?
board norms discussion, 5 minutes, and I'm thinking new business is the best place. And my recommendation for action or next steps is to adopt the board norms. So I didn't know, but I don't care where we put them.
Okay, and I should have said for my motion, we should add that to new business. Is there a second to add board norms discussion for tonight?
Second.
Second. Okay. Ms. Barnhill, any discussion?
I just have a question.
Ms. Walker?
These are board norms. They're not policy, they're not rules. They're just something that we just kind of want to go by, and hopefully we all do. Okay, I'm just making sure. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Again, carries 7-0. Any additionals?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Bradford?
thank you. I move that we place on the agenda for discussion policy 3620, extracurricular activities and student organizations under old business, new item D for discussion.
I second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? And that was policy, I'm sorry?
3620.
3620, okay? Ms. Walker?
Clarification, because I'm trying to remember. 3620 is the,
Extracurricular activities.
okay, that's the one we worked on before.
And who's eligible?
Okay, so is there any specific thing that we're looking at? Because this policy's come up from in front of the board a couple times already, probably 3 times in the last year.
I think we can discuss that during that time if we want
Okay, I
to.
guess just before I approve,
Okay.
I just wanted to know, that's all. I didn't know what the reason was, or does it matter?
Ms. Bradford, do you want to?
My concerns are procedural.
Oh, procedural, okay.
And Ms. Craybill? Mrs. Craybill?
Yeah, thank you. Now, I was just concerned, what are the, being on the process, recommendations for steps? Where do you want us to put it under business
Old
that we can
business.
vote on?
Mm-hmm. Old business item D. Is that votable?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I guess my question is, are we going to circumvent, is your intent to circumvent the policy committee on this?
Circumvent is not a word I'm using, no ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. So with any, no further discussion, all in favor of adding policy 3620
I have one more.
to our old business, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
No,
So that passes 5-2.
Can I call for a hand raised?
Absolutely.
I didn't hear everybody's voice.
Okay. Would you roll call, please?
Mr. Wildebohr.
Aye.
Ms. Bradford.
Aye.
Ms. Barnhart.
Aye.
Ms. Craybill.
No.
Ms. Mason.
Aye.
Mr. McManus.
Aye.
And Ms. Walker.
no.
Again, that carries 5-2.
Mr. Chairman, I
Any-
have another.
Ms. Bradford?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move to add a discussion of increasing academic accountability, student reading proficiency to our agenda. We could place it under new business, new item B.
Is there a second?
I have a point of clarification. Well, is that going to be covered in the academic overview?
I don't know, but I'd like to put it on the agenda.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I'd second it.
Second, Ms. Barnhart? Any discussion? Mrs. Crable?
No, because my discussion would be if it goes on. I just don't think it's appropriate. We're going to be talking about our board norms, and one of them is not to surprise each other. And this is like the third time that we're doing that, and I just don't think it's fair to fellow board members to keep throwing stuff on. Our agenda is already slated to go to 10 o'clock without any breaks, and I just don't think we need to add one more thing, especially if none of us are prepared to talk about it.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Walker?
can I also add that we are going to talk about curriculum tonight, because so we could ask questions in that unless an action is meant to be taken tonight. And also, I tend to agree, like, I don't think we or the public have had a chance to look at whatever is going to be presented tonight. And I don't think it's fair to the audience or to the public. That's all.
Okay, Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
Ms. Bradford?
Aye.
Ms. Barnhart?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Mr. McManus?
No.
And Ms. Walker?
No.
That fails 4-3. Okay. With that, at this point, I would entertain a motion to accept the amended agenda.
So moved.
Second? Your second?
I'll second.
Second? All in favor, please, this is again the amended agenda. Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
That carries 6-1. At this point, we have our invocation. We're very pleased to have Senior Pastor Tom Hauser of Global River Church providing the invocation. So if you would please stand.
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to come and pray for this, what I consider a very important group of leaders, organization, for the wisdom and the strength to carry the responsibility that you shoulder. With all the diverse agendas and the pressures that we see and now you face, we need the power and the presence of the Lord to come and give us wisdom in these critical decisions. The prophet Jeremiah spoke in Jeremiah 33:3. He said, "Call to me and I'll answer you, and I'll show you great and mighty things that you did not know." So as we pray, can we join together now in prayer? Our gracious Heavenly Father, we call on you to do what only you can do. You promise to do exceedingly and abundantly above all that we would ever ask or think if we would ask you. So now we ask for the wisdom and the knowledge, the discernment for these to execute their responsibilities. May they be like the sons of Issachar in 1 Chronicles 12:32. They not only knew what the season and the time was, but they knew what to do in that season. So we pray now, Father, for the fear of the Lord, which is the beginning of all wisdom. And as they set policy and procedures, may they remember the promise and the warning that comes out of Matthew 18. Woe unto you who would lead any of these children astray. I know that's not their heart. So Lord, I pray for the wisdom and discernment. May they remember that we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities of powers in darkness. As such, we now call on you, Lord of heaven and earth. We bind all spiritual darkness, division, anger, rage, violence, murder, racism, hatred, manipulation, control, all forms of witchcraft, curses against their families, this institution, our children, the places of where we meet. Father, I pray now that all immorality and perversion, that they would be set free, that our teachers, administrators, and district personnel would be all protected. We would see our children prosper. We ask that you'd release a Psalm 91 promise and covering over this area, this region. We loose your plan and your purposes so that we will see amazing results in education, in success in programs that'll become a model of what happens when we honor and unify and join with you. You tell us in Psalm 133 that you command a blessing when we come together in unity. Now we ask all this in the precious and powerful and mighty name of Jesus Christ, my Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And at this time, we will have the presentation of the colors. That is done, will be done this evening by the Ashley High School NJROTC Color Guard Unit.
Up there, march.
The national anthem this evening will be sung by the New Hanover County Elementary Honors Chorus under the direction of Sheila Hardison.
Easy. Coach.
At this time, I've asked Mrs. Mason to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. And I would ask Ms. Hardison if she would please come forward and if you would introduce the wonderful singers this evening.
Good evening. Again, these are members of the students from the North Carolina Elementary Honors Chorus that made it from New Hanover County this November by audition. So they're going to introduce themselves, their grade, and the school that they attend.
I'm Sarah Dwyer, 4th grade at Connington Elementary. I'm Madison Cornelio in 4th grade from Anderson Elementary. I'm Kira Finn Cannon, 4th grade from Coddington Elementary.
I'm Eleanor Probst, 5th grade from Bellamy Elementary.
I'm McKenna Gordon, 5th grade from Anderson Elementary. Tate Quinlan, 5th grade from Bellamy Elementary. Daphne Morgan, 5th grade from Bellamy Elementary.
Jacqueline Gergum from, 4th grade from Blair Elementary. Mackenzie Kennedy from 5th grade from Eaton Elementary.
Ellie Guerra, 5th grade from Holly Tree Elementary. Willow Lashford, 5th grade from Anderson Elementary.
And we did have 2 other students who were not able to be with us this evening, so we were very proud of them this year.
Please join me with one more round of applause. And we would like to invite the Ashley High School NJROTC Color Guard, if they're still here, to come back, and we'd love to have them introduce themselves. they still here or they left? I think they may have left. At this point, we will call on our Caress. I'm looking here and it's not saying. For our recognitions and for our January recognitions. Ms. Caress?
Thank you. If we could have Mr. Wildeboer and Dr. Faust come down, we have quite a few recognitions and plaques to hand out this evening.
Thank you guys for coming, and ladies for coming back. If you would just introduce yourself. Thank you for being here.
Sir. I'm Cadet Dallas, junior.
I'm Cadet Baldy, senior.
I am Cadet Cornelli, sophomore.
Cadet Hicks, sophomore.
I'm Cadet Marshall, sophomore.
Thank you all for being here.
Last month, we recognized 2 students selected to represent New Hanover County Schools for the U.S. Presidential Scholars Program. I am beyond thrilled to be able to bring one of those names back before you. It is my great honor to recognize and introduce Tansy Brown, New Hanover High School senior. Tansy has been named a North Carolina State finalist for the U.S. Presidential Scholars Program. Since 1964, the U.S. Presidential Scholars Program has recognized and honored over 8,000 outstanding high school seniors and encouraged high attainment among all students. And we look forward and hope to see Tansy's name among those 8,000 this year. At this time, we would like to celebrate the 15 teachers who successfully achieved National Board certification. This is a great accomplishment and a testament to each of these individuals' high caliber and classroom practices. They have achieved the highest recognition as a teacher. Though this honor is reflective of each individual here with us tonight who achieved their national boards, we know that our students of New Hanover County Schools will be the true beneficiaries. At this time, will the following individuals please come up? Kayla Thomas. Feel free to clap as they come up, guys. Whitney Moser. Sarah Bertha. I don't have it with me.
Not a problem, not a problem.
Amanda Yofsatz. Lisa Traflett. Hillary Van Zant. Annette Jensen. Rebecca Griffin. Caitlin Bazella. Leslie Hobbs. Sarah Price. Kelly Stewart. Roberta Robles. And Sarah Parson. At this time, as we do a group picture with Board Chair and Dr. Faust, can we give these teachers another round of applause? Board Chair, Board Vice Chair, and members of the board, Dr. Faust, that concludes our recognitions for the evening.
At this point, we'd like to ask Dr. Barnes to come forward, and he will be introducing the district's most recent administrative appointments.
Good evening, everyone, and good evening, public and board. We, of course, recognize and support and appreciate all of our new staff for this year. I want to recognize one person specifically, and that is Mr. Stephen Buchanan, who is going to be the principal at Freeman Elementary School. And I did not see him anywhere in here. Are you here, Mr. Buchanan? He should be running in about 5 minutes. Mr. Buchanan most recently served as a principal at C.F. Pope Elementary School in Pender County. And he's also served as a principal at Malpass Corner Elementary School, and he was a teacher here at Wrightsboro and Masonboro. So thank you very much, and we're glad that he's here.
Thank you, sir. At this point, we will turn it over to our superintendent to get the superintendent's report.
I'd like to take a moment to update the board on an important topic that I recently discussed in the Wilmington Business Journal, and that is ensuring that students we produce are meeting the demands of the workforce they enter. Here in New Hanover County, our school district, local chamber of commerce, and business community are working in collaboration with our educational institutions to prepare students for college, career training, and employment opportunities. Recently, an update to the county's economic development report highlighted the need for a younger workforce and an increase for focus on STEM education. I'm encouraged by these efforts and optimistic about the positive impact they will have on our students and the overall community. I will continue to keep the board and the public informed about these important initiatives. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to our dedicated school board members during this School Board Recognition Month. Your commitment to our students and our staff is truly admirable, and I'm grateful for you and for your work. Together, we are dedicated to proving an excellent education for all students, regardless of their background or location. The political environment can be challenging at times, and being a school board member may not always come with recognition. But I want to personally thank each and every one of you on behalf of our school district and my team for your valuable contributions. Thank you, and happy School Board Month.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Is that the end? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, and I would like to echo that and thank all our valued Board of Education members for all their hard work, for the new folks and for the existing folks that have returned. Thank you very much. I do want to mention, as far as the board chairperson's report, I do want to thank everyone. We were one of the few districts in December to bring all of our board members, new and old, to our training, as well as our superintendent. I think we were the only group that had everyone in attendance, and that was very, very valuable training. Some of it was just a reminder for some folks and some new stuff, but it was very, very valuable. So I do want to thank everyone for taking 2 days out of their busy schedules for that. I do want to thank our law enforcement. Yesterday was Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, so I hope you will join me as we have several members here. Please join me in a round of applause for our law enforcement. I am going to mention our retreat, which was last Friday. The board has seen each other for 3 days, 3 business days in a row. I think we're still getting along pretty well, which is great. But we did have a retreat that went about an hour longer than it was supposed to go, but it was very, very valuable. A lot of good discussions going on. We did try to get our 100-day ideas together. We were unfortunately not able to put everything down on paper yet. We did have some a lot of valuable things out of that, though. We do have much more to do. We talked about safety. One of the things that came out of that meeting, which was a very positive, was we now have at each school an SRO in every school, which is wonderful. We have not had that before. This year we do have an SRO at every single school, which is wonderful. We also had some discussions of additional safety measures to keep our students safe. And we do have more to do. The 100-day plan is not yet finished, but it will be finished. It's not something we are going to put on the back burner for very long. We are going to continue to work on that. So it might be a 90-day plan by the time we get it done, or maybe even an 80-day plan, but we will have a concrete plan very soon. Also, I spent this weekend working on committee assignments. I think they overall are as good as possible. Everyone had passionate discussions and had really some really great input on what committees they wanted to be on. And I think we have some great, we have some moving around, but I think overall these committees are going to serve us very, very well in the days and weeks to come. So I do thank everyone for their flexibility in working on those. Yeah, I see Mr. McManus looking at me, but we'll get past that. But I do thank everyone for that. And again, I thank everyone for being here this evening. That ends my report. At this point, we will do the call to audience. One of the things we are going to change a little bit is to try to streamline that. I've asked Ms. Bradford to be calling the names, and while she's doing that, we can go ahead and have folks up here ready to speak. So I do want to remind everyone, the board as a whole is working on, as you heard, norms and trying to work together. Actually, at this point, before we get to that, Dr. Barnes, would you like to come forward again and introduce the new principal, because he just walked in.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I would like to again introduce Mr. Steve Buchanan. He is coming to us from Pender County and will be the new principal at Freeman Elementary School. Sorry, I swear I thought she said 5:30, so I apologize for being late. But I'm glad to be here. See some familiar faces from the past. I want to thank Dr. Faust and Dr. Barnes and Dr. Facid and Mr. Worthington for recruiting me and encouraging me to come. It was very hard to leave where I am at CF Pope in Pender County, but I'm glad to be here and looking forward to bringing Freeman on the path of progress. Thank you. Sorry I was late.
Mr. Buchanan, welcome, and we'll see you soon. And at this point, again, I'm sorry, but I just saw him walk in, but we will continue on with our call to audience. And as I was saying, please work with us as we work with you. Thank you so much.
So good evening. We're going to try and do this as streamlined as possible. We're not going to lecture you guys. You're adults. We're adults. We want to really honor your opinions. We're here to listen to what you have to say. We value your input. Tonight, I'm going to ask you, if there's more than one of you that signed up on the same topic, to consider possibly changing that topic, because tonight we are interested in hearing how you think these board meetings, the way the agenda of the board meeting goes, what your input would be for that. So if you want to contribute while we're deciding how we're going to change the way these board meetings look and feel every month, tonight would be the night to tell us that. Now, bear with me, pronunciation of last names is not necessarily my very best skill. I'm going to do my best. Please feel free to correct me if I get it wrong, and I will practice until I get it right. On the board is your name. I'm not going to make you, you know when you're due to come up. Just do your thing. Stephen Michael Isles.
Thank you.
Mr. Ross?
Once upon a time, there was a little girl who was secluded and restrained and was afraid to go to school. School is an overwhelming place when you have sensory needs. You see, all day this little girl had to self-regulate as she would easily become overstimulated. Loud sounds, bustling children, echoey gyms, every day she tried to understand rules and assignments, doing her best so that she would be considered a good little girl. Day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, she worked hard to go to school. Some days it was just too scary and she could not go. Some days she would be secluded and restrained because she was too afraid to say goodbye to mommy and daddy. On other days, she would get overwhelmed. Once, she got really frustrated and threw some books, and the rest of the class had to leave. She felt too ashamed to ever go to that classroom again. Her mom tried to work with the school so they would not be so scary, but the principal told her that the little girl's needs were outside of their wheelhouse. Now, this little girl is in a new school, and she is excited to go to school every day. She rarely gets frustrated or afraid, but when she does, her teacher helps her. She also gets straight A's. The little girl did not change. She still has sensory needs and gets anxious. Her needs are exactly the same as they were before. But now, in her new environment, the adults behave differently. They understand she is not bad. She was just afraid. They do everything they can to help her feel safe. The little girl was never the problem. She just needed adults who would understand her and help her in the right ways. This is a lesson for New Hanover County schools. Don't seclude children. Change adult behavior instead. And when that happens, every child can go to school and feel safe, just like this little girl. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Veronica? I know I've seen her.
Lauren Brown?
She's, oh, I thought I had seen her. Okay, Leslie Posey.
Good evening. As is commonly recently discussed in the media, we are increasingly asked to be aware of words or actions that may lead to people feeling excluded or uncomfortable. I would like to address a situation that made me and many others extremely uncomfortable. At Friday's retreat, you began with an invocation. In this case, it was the Lord's Prayer, led by an elected member of the board, and the audience was invited to join. I have no objection to Christian prayer. As a practicing Episcopalian, I say the Lord's Prayer regularly in church. However, there are many forms of faith in our community. It is everyone's right that elected leaders not show preference to one religion over another. In 2013, this issue came before the Federal District Court when 3 Rowan County residents sued the County Commission for opening meetings with a Christian prayer given by a board member. Because the prayers were led by board members, the plaintiffs felt compelled to stand. They objected to the prayers particularly because the board's practice made them feel excluded and hindered their ability to be effective advocates for issues. The judge compared the specific practices in Rowan County to the just-released Town of Greece versus Galloway Supreme Court decision and concluded the Rowan County Board's practices were unconstitutional. The judge held that when prayers are offered by board members who are all Christian, the effect is an endorsement of religion and is more coercive on individuals attending the meeting. This case is identified as Lund versus Rowan County, North Carolina. Therefore, I am asking you as a public body to follow the Constitution and make the invocations at meetings inclusive, or do as many state and local government organizations and do and institute a moment of silence instead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Posey.
Good evening. Tonight I'd like to address concerns expressed at Friday's board retreat about the call to the audience process. There seems to be a concern about multiple people speaking on the same topic. It's difficult to express urgency and provide evidence in 2 minutes. It makes sense that people who believe similarly would coordinate to present as many facets and details as possible without repeating each other's information. If you are truly listening to what is being said, you'll realize the ask is the same, but the details are different. Limiting speakers limits information. More concerning is this. I've attended board meetings for 5 years. I've seen speakers use their time to talk about topics that have nothing to do with education or New Hanover County. I've heard people disparage the president, use their time to campaign, speak about community events, or advertise their websites or business. None of this is actually actionable by the school board. The key word there is actionable. There are groups who speak monthly on actionable items. These are advocates who have spoken to parents, educators, and staff and experts on issues that affect New Hanover County schools and that can be addressed and fixed. These advocates are not paid. They've chosen to devote their free time to improving the educational environment for both students and employees. Yet the message I, and I'm sure others are receiving in return, is that our advocacy is not welcome. Why are we lumped in with people who just want 2 minutes of attention, who haven't verified their statements with experts, and who don't have actionable concerns that affect New Hanover County schools? Is it because if you hear us, you need to act? I realize the board is busy, and sometimes it must be frustrating to see the same people over and over again. But surely you can see the difference. Who leaves right after they speak? Who stays? Who shows up at meetings where there is no call to the audience? When you realize who stays for an entire 6-hour meeting and who shows up despite not getting to talk, you know those are the true advocates. Please continue to allow all the people who have care to have their time. Don't become known as the board who silenced the public's voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Chris Sutton.
I didn't want to be rude. Hello, my board. So today I bring in front of you the Life Vac. This right here, we had a teacher named Tricia Toes that was given the Heroes Award last school year because she gave the Heimlich maneuver to a student. And I brought this forward to the board trying to get this placed in all of our school cafeterias. It goes on your mouth and it actually is basically a plunger and it saves people's lives. The gist of it is that I brought it in front of the board. I got a first and second, and magically it never made it on with the last chair. Ms. Crable, that's you. So I'm hoping maybe since we already have a first and second from February of 2022, we can get this put back on. The reason that this came back up is because I told y'all that it would eventually cost people lives. We had a special needs student pass away down in Florida because she had cerebral palsy. You can't give someone with cerebral palsy Heimlich maneuver. And again, like I said, I'm a big man. I was big in middle school, high school. If Miss Toes would have been my teacher and I would have been choking, I'd probably be dead. So I had already priced this out. We get a 20% discount. For $2,400, we can get 43 of these units. For $3,500, we can have one of these in every single one of our special needs classrooms where they eat their lunches, and we can have one in every single cafeteria. I don't think that's much to ask, especially since people legitimately, it's one of the top reasons for children dying. Another thing, we're having some growing pains. I know I bust your chops when you do something wrong. You did something right. I appreciate you calling a point of order at that meeting yesterday. Unfortunately, the point of order was breezed over. It wasn't handled properly. And then another thing that was not handled properly was that we had an amendment on top of an amendment that was considered hostile or unfriendly. Per Robert's Rule, 12th edition, I believe is what we're on. That's not how that's supposed to work. It wasn't supposed to go that way. And when you're talking about changing people's lives, and their lives are in the balance, we should be getting this correct. We need a registered parliamentarian, and we need to discuss getting rid of the attorney group. No offense, sir. Called audience, please leave the general at the beginning, and please look to do individual agenda items. I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you.
Alicia Ogandelli. Alicia? Okay. And we send our condolences to her family. Please convey that to us for her loss. Jessica Cannon.
Good evening. Thanks so much for this chance to speak. My name is Jessica Cannon, and I just have a quick 3 things I want to share. First of all, I have brought hard copies of the petition that we emailed to all the board members last week. This petition is from community members with over 280 signatures. We have asked that the board go ahead and continue to support and protect policies that support and protect all of our students, in particular our LGBTQ+ students and our minority students. In the past few years, it seems like social emotional learning, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and LGBTQ+ affirming policies have all been, for some reason, controversial. We know that there is a robust body of research that shows that these 3 policy initiatives are extremely helpful for students, increasing their performance, their test scores, their well-being. So as part of our petition, which I'm going to share all these copies with you tonight, I'm also providing a list of the research that backs up all of these policies. It's a short compilation. There's a ton of research out there, but I want to make sure as a matter of convenience that you have access to this information. And then the last thing, you all talked at your board retreat a lot about making sure the public was involved, and I commend you for that. You also talked a lot about making sure that this board was less acrimonious moving forward, which I also think is wonderful. So thank you for that. And thank you so much for your community service and your service to our students. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Cannon. Denise Yanown? Yanown.
Good evening. I'm Denise Yanown, President of New Hammer County SEPTA. This is a quote from the United States Developmental Disabilities Act. Disability is a natural part of the human experience that does not diminish the right of individuals with disabilities to enjoy the opportunity to live independently, enjoy self-determination, make choices, contribute to society, and experience full integration and inclusion in the economic, political, social, cultural, and educational mainstream of American society. There have always been children and adults with disabilities. Like ethnicity, gender, or race, the presence of a disability is one of many natural characteristics of being human. The real problems facing people with disabilities are attitudes and actions reflected in social and educational policies and practices that continue to focus on fixing people with disabilities or punishing people for their disability by denying them their basic human rights. This happens especially with children who have unseen disabilities, but they're not broken and they don't need to be fixed. Too many children with disabilities are segregated in self-contained special education classrooms. Children with disabilities are subjected to punitive discipline like seclusion, restraint, suspension, and expulsion at grossly higher rates than their non-disabled peers. This is documented illegal discrimination. It is worse for Black and brown disabled youth. Behaviors that occur as the result of a disability shouldn't be punished. Consequences and punishment are two different things. A healthy consequence for unacceptable behavior can be a positive behavior intervention or making amends. A consequence should never be harmful to a child. Please end cruel, unusual, and discriminatory punishment. Above all else, let's work together to fix this system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKeon. Peter Radovich?
As the Board of Education, you are here to set policy. Policy should be based on what's best for children. It should not be based on the staffing, training, or resources that are needed. Those are the responsibilities of the administration. Based on the data from this past August through October, only 3 schools secluded students. Just 3. It sounds like you're very close to no longer needing the seclusion policy. It wouldn't take a lot of staffing, training, or resources to have those last 3 schools become ready to end their use of seclusion as a tool by the beginning of the 23-24 school year. Another reason you're very close to no longer needing the seclusion policy is because you already have School Safety Policy 1510. I hope you've had a chance to review it. By adding the 6 words, "and risk of serious bodily harm" to that policy, you keep all of our students and staff safe. The revised policy would limit seclusion to those rarest of circumstances involving the immediate threat to safety and risk of death, extreme physical pain, disfigurement, or impairment of the body. The seclusion would last a few minutes until law enforcement arrived. All children deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Do what's best for children. Vote to end seclusion and use School Safety Policy 1510. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Radovich. Motion
Good evening, board members. My name is Marcia Morgan, and I'm here tonight to share concerns I have about a few statements made by candidates last fall regarding potential policy changes they are considering that could be perceived by students and the public as discriminatory towards minority and LGBTQ+ students. As a former educator, I care deeply about the well-being of our students and have seen the devastation that prejudices of any kind can have on young minds. As a retired Army colonel, I've seen the benefits of creating and maintaining a culture of respect and inclusivity, of understanding our history and culture as essential elements for the success of any organization. And as a former candidate for elected office, I know our area's economy and demographics. While I believe creating a fair and inclusive environment for all students is the right thing to do on its own merits, it's also the smart move for our local economy. As you know, the Wilmington Chamber of Commerce recently launched a rebranding effort for our area to help put us on the national map in what is being referred to as the talent war. Attracting innovative, forward-looking companies in the green energy and tech sectors, which are driven by young people who value inclusivity, is crucial for Wilmington's future. Discriminatory educational policies would harm our county's reputation and hinder our ability to attract these companies and young professionals, just as HB 2 damaged our state's economy. I urge the board to consider the potential harmful outcomes of any new policy that would be perceived as discriminatory. Please prioritize the well-being and success of all of our students, regardless of race, gender identity, or sexual orientation. Thank you for your service to our students and to our community.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
Ms. Bradford asked an important question at Friday's board retreat. She said, "How do we respect the people that want to talk to us? One way is to provide them with convenient opportunities to speak to you. Show respect for working parents with small children by changing the day of the week or the time of day your town meetings are held to allow parents to participate. Show respect by holding the meetings at various schools around the county. Meet where the issues are. Show respect by listening to concerns and taking timely actions to resolve issues and problems. Showing respect includes having dialogue with people with whom you may disagree. Next week, Love Our Children will be reaching out to each of you individually to meet over coffee so we can listen and learn about concerns with ending the practice of seclusion and using the school safety policy instead. The hope is these conversations will produce a better understanding and find solutions to issues. As Ms. Bradford said, we are here for the children. We have to do what's best for the children. That is why we're here too. We are advocating for the best policies for all children. We look forward to meeting with you in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brockhouse.
Good evening. I have been at both your retreat on Friday and at the special meeting on Monday. Listening to you at both, it appears you are having problems getting clear that as elected officials, you have a different power position in relation to the community. That power brings responsibility. You are the one who can be accused of coercive behavior of others because of the power that you hold in relationship to the audience present, to the parents, to the people that are here. If you lead prayer, it can be coercive. To ask people to stand and participate or assume that others share your faith's prayers. The best practice is to invite faith leaders of all faiths and humanists to do the invocations. This is one way to be sure that you do not end up with a court case about the separation of church and state. You made the comment that you don't like being the case law at all your meetings. That, however, was not the original reason I wanted to talk tonight. I wanted to come to ask you to do an audit of all the resources in all your school buildings, making sure that all teachers have what they need to teach the curriculum that you have chosen. I live in the sending area for Freeman, and I have learned of teachers lacking readers to go with curriculum, manipulatives for math, and there's no laminator for the elementary school to make more permanent materials. I used to live in the Ogden area, and there was never a concern about a lack of materials. We are one school district.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you for your input.
Mulaney Cooper.
Good evening. My name is Mulaney Cooper, and I just want to congratulate everyone that made it to the board through the election process. And I hope that you have considered what you have gotten into as far as looking out for our children, because that's what it's all about. Being a brown person standing up here, my understanding is that the greater percentage of issues that happen within New Hanover County when it comes to unnecessary discipline happens to students that look like me. It's not anything new. We've been fighting this thing called racism and separatism for many centuries, but if you want to just zoom into it, at least the last 50 years here with the New Hanover County Board of Education, we've had to stand up for things that are done to us just because of our melanated complexion. So I hope that you come in here in this new 2023 with new thoughts and not carrying on like the people who created this division and separatism that exists within not only New Hanover County, but just globally. I just want to take everybody back on a little English lesson that SE is a prefix occurring in load words from Latin where it means apart. We should not be exercising any type of action that secludes our children, that separates them, that has a prefix of the word apartheid. So I would suggest that for 2023, that we end these seclusions, continue with the policy 1510, and do the right moral thing. And thank you for hearing me today. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen White. My family moved to Wilmington about 10 years ago, and both of my children went to New Hanover County middle and high schools and are now in North Carolina public universities. We are huge believers in the value of public schools, but I am here to speak to you today because of things I've heard about your potential plans for the future of New Hanover County schools. Back in the 1980s, I worked as a teaching artist in public schools, both in inner city and rural areas. Even way back then, there was a good deal of research showing that reading increases empathy in children. I personally witnessed how the arts and literature can give kids, especially kids who don't fit in, all kinds of gifts. Success outside of the traditional classroom setting, self-esteem, tolerance, and yes, empathy. Right now, we are living in a time of pretty intense tribalism. a time when we need empathy more than ever, when we need an understanding of history to avoid repeating mistakes of the past. Without empathy, without perspective, humans are vulnerable to manipulation, liable to act from fear and hate, even to commit violence towards people who are different from them, who don't fit into our tribe, who practice a different religion, who have different colored skin, who live in a different part of town, who don't fit into whatever box we have decided is the most important. With this in mind, I'd like to give you all a little assignment, just a little assignment. There's a classic short story that's been assigned in high school curricula.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Gail Majors.
Hello, everyone. Happy New Year. I'm Gail Major, following up on the grievance that I presented to you verbally at the last meeting. You should have all received it and hopefully had time to view it. It's regarding the book research that we have made and presented. We have a case file with the Sheriff's Office that is considered a blanket order, so we will be adding it throughout the year, not just on books, but other things that we find concerning within the schools. I do have the USB on the research that we have I'd like to present to you, Mr. Wildeboer. That is 1,000 pages of the research that we have done for 2 years on some of the books. A lot of them are in the obscene or pornographic, but they are in various stages. The concern for the grievance came when we saw a lot of that that could refer to mental concerns. So we have physical harm and we have mental harm. So that's why this is so important. The mission statement that we presented at the top of the grievance will be going before legislation. I would like to read it quickly. Let me read the research part in case I run out of time. We are volunteers, first of all, and we strive to inform you, and that's what we are doing. We're informing you of the state laws and the federal laws. We research and document both civil and criminal laws pertaining to certain literature that has been distributed to our schools over the years. The various categories in pre-K to 12, the level of the books that we have found. This is evidence. Obscenity, pornography, exploitation, child abuse, gender ideology, slavery, incest, mental health anguish, self-harm, inflammatory racial and religious commentary, illegal drugs, and underage drinking. That's to name a few. I have a stack this high.
Unfortunately, your time is up.
Thank you. Mr. Wildeboer?
Would you give it to Ms. Bowie, please?
Jenna Shimwell. Jenna.
Thank you.
My name is Jenna Shimwell, and I'm a nurse practitioner here in Wilmington. As the daughter of a public school teacher and the proud graduate from public school, I grew up seeing the true greatness that public school teachers can inspire and experience the support that these teachers can provide. Support. It's a fitting word. It means to give assistance, but it can also mean to hold up and to help bear the weight of something. When it comes to our at-risk youth, our LGBTQ+ children are often in need of extra support, which frequently comes from their teachers or their school counselors. This may be the first or the only safe space a child has identified to discuss their gender feelings or concerns. There have been proposed policy changes that would limit LGBTQ+ clubs and books, and worse, policies to force public school officials to reveal or out these children. I would urge the board to support them by keeping their confidentiality until they're ready to share, and support them by continuing to create safe spaces for them to grow. Research has shown that support or policies of inclusion for our LGBTQ+ youth lead to improved academic performances, which will in turn allow classes to meet benchmark standards for education. Conversely, research has clearly shown that lack of support and discriminatory practices lead to anxiety and depression. As a nurse practitioner, I have witnessed the lifelong negative impact that depression and anxiety can have, especially when experienced at a young age. I have always supported public education, and now as a mom of a first grader at Pine Valley, I vow to continue to support our public school teachers so that they can support my son and every single child regardless of their sexual orientation or gender, and I hope that the members of this board will do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Sheridan. Michael Sheridan? Darn, he was going to talk, oh. He was going to talk about call to audience. Susanna Westman?
Did you call me or?
This is Michael.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time. It's okay. Good evening. I am Dr. Michael Sheridan, and I will be reading part one of a two-part speech. My friend Merritt Blalick will be reading the second part later on. The call to the audience is just one of the ways that the public gets to speak directly to the Board of Education. I'm really glad you discussed it at the board retreat on Friday. However, I am concerned about some misleading statements that were made about being unable to sign up, the domination of one topic, and the need for a greater range of topics. First, Ms. Mason said that the call to the audience goes up and within 5 minutes it's full. What data did she use to base this statement on? My friend Mr. Blalock signed up at 10 o'clock this morning. That means the sign-up portal was open for at least 26 hours. Let's get the official data from the communications office. There must be a timestamp on when 30 people have signed up. Last month, there were 25 speakers. That means there were 5 open slots available for additional speakers that weren't filled. The speakers represented also 7 different organizations, which in alphabetical order included Blank Canvas Awareness, Facts 2.0, League of Women Voters, Love Our Children, Moms for Liberty, the New Hanover County Educational Justice, and SEPTA, the Special Education PTA. So that's a pretty diverse group. Second, Ms. Bradford said that you generally hear maybe 3 topics during the hour-long call to the audience. What data did she base her statement on? Let's go to the videotape. In a little while, Mr. Blalock will let you know what the videotape shows as he shares the many different topics that were addressed last month. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sheridan.
Good evening, and thank you. I am Suzanne Wertman. I am a registered nurse and a midwife, and the proud mother of a New Hanover graduate. Go Wildcats. I've cared for thousands of mothers and babies over the 17 years I've made Wilmington my home. And because this Board of Education is dedicated to the success of each student in New Hanover County, please take a pause and exercise due diligence before changing any current policies put in place to achieve the district's mission and vision. During last fall's election campaign, candidates defended a plan to defund diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and staff, altering the curriculum of the 1898 massacre, a ban on social emotional learning, and reversing LGBTQ+ affirming policies in schools. In 25 years as a trauma-informed primary health care provider, I've witnessed the health effects of the trauma caused by systemic racism and homophobia on individuals and the community. There are serious negative consequences on physical and mental health, and these result in substandard school and job performance. Adverse childhood experiences, when not addressed, can damage an individual for a lifetime. The healing power of emotional regulation and stress management and learning how to connect to others can positively impact mental health, learning, ability, decision-making, and eliminate disruptive classroom behaviors. Please carefully consider the harm these policy changes could bring. Know that decades of research by trusted experts have shown that SEL and DEI efforts improve school environments, student achievement, and graduation rates. Confident, connected students
who feel safe and supported learn and develop strong character, leading to lower rates of crime and unemployment. Trusted public servants. You took an oath to ensure students' best foundation for life. Fostering strong young citizens will build a brighter future for our community. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration.
Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year to the new board members. My name is Robert Bellamy. I'm here in support of Love Our Children. And I had a chance last year to meet most of the board members. And I see there's 3 new board members that I have not met yet. And in the beginning, Ms. Bradford said, you know, we need to start something new, maybe get to know each other and change some things. And I think, you know, just going, I had written something, but it wasn't really what I needed to say because Peter had told me to talk about seclusions. You know, I mean, I hear so many things that are happening with the board. I'm just hoping that this year we can find a way to make you guys come together. And I'm not going to say you don't use common sense, but look at every situation differently and a lot better. When you put these kids in seclusions, these kids are totally frustrated, just like right now. I am frustrated, but I'm going to try to control this. Kids can't control frustration because they're too young. When I read about this 6-year-old kid shooting a teacher, it broke my heart. 6-year-old kid takes a gun to school and shoots a teacher. I mean, what goes on inside this kid's mind to make him do that? You know? But I understand when kids act to that point, they need to be someplace else instead of in school. But you have kids that are frustrated because they keep seeing the same results over and over again. Nothing changes, so they get into maybe an argument with the teacher, and they get put in seclusions. Things like that should never happen. You know, I mean, you know, I brought this poem here, written by Deborah Tibbs.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Oh, God. Is that quick? I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Deanna Tyrrell, and I'm here to discuss the importance of the evidence-based social-emotional learning methodology adopted by New Hanover County Schools July 2021 and supported by SBE Policy SHLT 003 and State Senate Bill 476. So what is social-emotional learning, or SEL? I'll summarize New Hanover County Schools' Susan Cole's description in a recent WHQR article. SEL is about students engaging in learning environment, setting goals, and working together. This is done through the 5 pillars: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. The pillars help cultivate skills and environments that advance learning and development. So what are the benefits to our students and to our community? 1, SEL supports the well-being of our students. We have conversations with our teachers all the time. We discuss school every day in my house with our student. And we've heard the struggles students face, like how to interact in a classroom or even how to collaborate with their peers. This tool helps educators facilitate the learning environment. Students must be mentally ready to learn. SEL supports this. 2, SEL improves academic achievement. According to the metadata analysis that measured outcomes for 270,000 students, SEL participants increased academic performance by 11 percentile points. That's amazing. You know, you as the board want academic achievement increase, SEL supports this. 3, SEL builds lifelong future-ready skills. I'm an HR professional with over 20 years of experience. I can affirm that the SEL pillars directly relate to skills hiring officials look for in qualified candidates. Think of interview questions, building strengths, identifying relationships. Soft skills are highly sought after. As a parent and advocate for students' mental health, I ask for continued support of SEL in the classroom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. Thank you for sparing me.
Kanemoto
Pennies?
Pennies, yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, school board. My name is Audrey Pennies, and I'm a working parent, and this is my first time speaking here. I applaud the school board for embracing equity, diversity, and inclusion, or EDI programs in our schools, and advocate the support and funding for this important work. As a Buddhist, Asian, female growing up in the 80s, I didn't see myself on television, in the media, in my teachers, or in leadership. At school, I never raised my hand. Like all of us, for various reasons, I felt frustrated, invisible, different, and struggled to fit in. Now, here in New Hanover County, equity, diversity, and inclusion programs aim to create a more inclusive and welcoming environment for all students, regardless of their race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, ability, or socioeconomic status. Research has consistently shown that students who feel valued and supported in their school community are more likely to thrive academically and emotionally. It's common sense. Honestly, EDI work was being done where I was growing up. My mom brought food to my country of origin potluck in kindergarten, but the potluck wasn't enough. Our New Hanover County School Board EDI committee has already accomplished a lot and laid groundwork that is more mindful, comprehensive, and inclusive. At the committee's fantastic meeting last night, the leadership provided by Malcolm Johnson was educational, succinct, inclusive, and fostered the voices of parents, teachers, students, and community advocates alike. I'm grateful for the top-down work the committee is doing to benefit my third grader and hope my kiddo grows up to contribute bottom-up like the high schoolers I saw at the meeting last night. Please continue to support EDI in our schools because students who feel valued and supported in their school community are more likely to thrive academically and emotionally.
Good evening. I want to bring to your attention the book Stamped, assigned to the AP Language and Comp class at Ashley High School. This book contains Marxist ideology, an accurate reframing of history, untruths, and disrespect for our nation and the Bible. Teachers need to give students reading assignments with alternative viewpoints, as per New Hanover County School Guidelines Policy 3210, so that contrasting viewpoints can be compared within the context of primary source-based history, so students can critically think. I have a couple examples. On page 13, the authors present contrived fiction as a reinterpretation of Genesis 6:8 about Noah on the ark, saying that because of the evil, tyrannical, and hypersexual Ham, who's Noah's son, God would curse Ham's children to be dark and disgusting, black and bad. The authors state that the story is an example of curse theory that anchors and would justify slavery in America. Stamped also contains misinformation and disrespect of our founding fathers. On page 42, it says, Ben Franklin started the American Philosophical Society in 1743, and it was basically a club for smart people, thinkers, philosophers, and racists. Whiteness was what Franklin was bringing to America through his club of ingenuous fools. One of those walking contradictions was Thomas Jefferson. Now, we can all acknowledge that no one is perfect, and America does have unfortunate moments in history, and they need to be studied and acknowledged. But the founding fathers, like Rush, Franklin, and Jefferson, are very accomplished. They started the American Bible Society, they established universities, served in Congress, established abolitionist societies, released their own slaves, and risked their lives in sacred honor and fortune so that we could live free in the United States. Selecting sources in our schools that respect the founders, the Bible, history, multiple perspectives in the country we live in would be proper as per 200 years of precedent in the USA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Frank Carter. Frank Carter. Oop, that's not him. Mr. Carter, going once? Okay. Angela Caney.
Kelly, Frank, Oates, Schaefer, Supak, Reardon, Kakowski. If those names don't mean anything to you, you probably aren't qualified to occupy those seats protected on that dais, which our kids are not. What is the price of integrity and a moral compass? Do tell, because the actions of some of our school board and our cabinet have been unconscionable. Better question, what is the price tag on expensive litigation to try to excuse the fact that this district protects pedophiles over children while denying justice and inflicting trauma? Even a $2 million price tag won't buy back their safety. We work to encourage community involvement and advocacy in our children's education while you send a strong message to deny that right. Crable notes important upcoming business to justify banning parents. What's the business that you wish to silence advocates from speaking out against? She demands Ethics 360 reports to be filed when they're all marked resolved without resolution. And what good did the complaints do the victims of sexual assault? And Ms. Bradford chastised that same parent for even reaching out to her, even though you work for us. Deflection, hoping that we'll be too distracted defending ourselves from your baseless accusation to stay focused on your negligence. More deflection and waste on even more attorneys for an insurance company, instead of taking ownership from what this school system has allowed to happen. And you feel threatened by a mom advocating for her child? Imagine being threatened and your safety actually being compromised by predators. Insulting. Mr. McManus stated that his job is to observe, and when the school board attorney tells me not to do something, I'm not going to do it no matter what I think. Neither the board attorney or law enforcement is here to protect our children or community. They're here to protect the 7 of you, who I'm not sure why we elected if you're going to blindly follow. Yesterday, we saw more passive-aggressive retaliation for speaking truth. Attempt to silence us all, but I believe we'll always have a microphone with the media to reach the public. And the answer to that question I asked you before, none. There is no price tag when it comes to selling our integrity or failing to protect children.
Elaine Stevens.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Stevens, and I am an AIG council member, and I'm here to ask for strengthened AIG staffing at schools, especially those elementary schools with fewer AIG students. My son is a 5th grader at Masonboro, and he was lucky enough to be identified as early as kindergarten when he was being pulled out at reading sessions out in the hallway. And he also has the benefit of my having grown up in AIG, which was called Talented and Gifted back in the 70s and 80s. But I was driven by a very education-minded Japanese mom, kind of the prototypical tiger mom, right? So I had an advocate, and now I can serve as an advocate for my son. I knew exactly the types of concepts and questions to ask to make sure that he got the services that he needed. But what about the others? There are many, many children across our district from all different types of backgrounds who are extremely bright, and they deserve appropriate resources as well. But some of their parents are working so hard and so long, and quite possibly just have no idea what questions to be asking or how to advocate for their children. And that's where I think the strengthened AIG staffing comes in. We need folks on the ground with their eyes peeled, looking for these bright children, advocating on their behalf, and encouraging them to reach for their best. And therefore, that is why I'm asking for strengthened AIG staffing at all schools, especially those with fewer AIG students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Yolanda Hernandez.
Good evening. At Friday's board retreat, Ms. Barnhart shared some concerns she had about communication between the public and the Board of Education. She wants the board to get the full scope of what people's opinions are. I share her concern. A good place to start is by educating the public on what they should do if they have a concern about education in New Hanover County. For example, if a parent has a concern about what's happening in her child's class, she should talk to the teacher first. If they have a concern about an all-school activity or program, they should talk to the principal. Concerns about district-wide programs and practices can be addressed at the Central Board. There are assistant superintendents and other administrations who can answer those questions. And finally, if you have a concern about a school board policy, reach out to the members of the Board of Education. There are many ways to do that. Sign up to speak at the monthly meetings like today, attend town hall meetings that are held 3 times a year, and there's also an email address for all the board members. May I suggest that answering all of those emails should be added to the board notes, please. Communication is a two-way street, and we look forward to your responses to our emails in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez.
I'm reading part 2 of the earlier speech about last month's call to the audience. 12 of the 25 speakers talked about multiple topics. Here are most of the topics that were covered by all of the speakers. Excessive banning of an activist for a year, banning obscene books, school calendar, keeping books for critical thinking, removing CRT. CRT is not in our schools. Ending EDI, keeping EDI, ending ESL, keeping ESL, teaching true American history, indoctrination of students, LGBTQ suicides, the need for parental rights, and parental rights already exist, using Robert's Rules of Order, hiring a parliamentarian, structural racism, joyful reading instructions, representation and teachers that look like the students, school choice, condition of the school facilities, using School Safety Policy 1510, ending seclusion, justice for sexual assault victims, special education graduation rights, following state education statutes, student behavior, student effort, honoring student voice, termination of the superintendent's contract, teacher planning time, working conditions for teachers, and the value of the high school diploma. I agree with Mr. McManus when he said, give this process a chance and see how it rolls. I'm not sure it's broken. Using data, we see that the call to the audience is not broken. My hope is that before board members make public statements or decide on how they are going to vote.
Input.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
NC case. NC case. I didn't think so. Tiffany Salter?
Greetings. The call to the audience is the voice of the public and needs to remain available and open. I'm a public school parent. I've worked in our schools as an educator and as a mental health therapist. I'm well-versed in many school matters, student staff well-being, and in mental health. I'm also aware of what is happening across our nation as groups who wish to dismantle our public schools work to mislead the public with harmful scare tactics. Public schools are critical to the health of our democracy, and often they are a safe haven for many children. Do not fall victim to the misinformation. Public school curriculum is available to us all. CRT is not taught in our public schools. Teaching facts about U.S. history is necessary, and yes, sometimes it's uncomfortable, but that's okay. It takes courage to say the hard things out loud. It takes courage to trust that healing and connection can come from learning about our painful past. But banning books and muzzling teachers, not the answers. We must respect our teachers and librarians. They are the experts in their fields. Bell Hooks said, "Most children are amazing critical thinkers before we silence them." According to the National Alliance on Mental Health, suicide is the second leading cause of death among youth aged 15 to 24 in the U.S. The rate is higher among LGBTQ youth. One protective factor is connectedness. Social-emotional learning, or SEL, is a valuable tool in the development of empathy and connection. In states that have laws supporting the LGBTQ+ community, there's a decrease in suicide rates for that population. I believe that providing confidentiality for these students can literally save lives. We must protect our students, we must protect school staff, protect public schools, and shine a light on the misinformation being spread. Lastly, if you want to see a change in our schools, pay the staff we have. Pay them more, hire more staff to support them. Public education is our community's most valuable asset, so invest in it.
Love Our Children was founded in March 2021. Our mission is to educate the public and school districts in North Carolina about practices that facilitate learning and to advocate for changes in policies that will improve the quality of life for children and their families. Our first project was to end out-of-school suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. We used data from the school district to show that many of our youngest learners were being kicked out of school for minor offenses such as disrespect and insubordination. We knew we had to meet and listen to people in the community. We started with the individual members of the Board of Education, including 4 of you. You advised us to meet with the superintendent, Ms. Varnum, school principals, and educators. You encouraged us to keep showing up at board meetings and to keep advocating for children. We followed your advice. And after 13 months of meeting with community leaders, educating the public, and growing our membership, we successfully ended a policy that was harmful to our children. In addition to advocating for meeting with community leaders, we have educated the public and growing our membership. We successfully ended a policy. In addition to advocating for children, we have spoken at board meetings about providing educators with a livable wage, training and resources, full staffing, and more planning time. We will continue to monitor suspension data, work to end other policies that harm our children, and advocate for our educators and parents. We look forward to working with you to improve the quality of our schools for children and our families. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers this evening. Very, very great job, and I do appreciate you trying to mind the 2 minutes as much as possible. So thank you for working with us on that. At this point, I would entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
I make a motion to enter into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1, 3, and 6 to consider personnel matters and to maintain the confidentiality of personal records under North Carolina General Statute 115C-319 through 321 to prevent the disclosure of student education records and personally identifiable information rendered confidential under the Family Education Rights Act and privacy of 20 U.S.C. 1232G.
And
Second.
Okay, second that. All in favor of going into closed session?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? We are in closed session. My time is 6:30.
Yeah.
All right.
You ate a whole bag of gummies.
Yeah,
Wow.
we did. Look at that. 30.
You ate a whole bag of gummies?
No, this is 2 days.
Test 1, 2.
Meet you over here.
Procurement plan for signature, assuming it's approved. Oh, thank you. Thank you for helping me smuggle these. I'll go through all of these. These are the best.
Are they really?
Yes, they have like a fruit inside of them.
Maybe this one is strawberry. Pineapple, freeze-dried pineapple. So I'm trying to.
I guess I was like you. Maybe it is. It's in the red wrap.
Too much to do about Mary here.
This way away from everybody else.
It's coconut, they smell like guarantee or something. I have to admit they're good. To me,
At that time, guys.
I'm not staying.
All right, board members, if I could get you back, please. All right, we're back in open session. Welcome back. We will continue with our next bit of information, well, which is actually information, starting with the audit presentation. And we will be
Mr.
calling.
Chair, you skipped over.
Did I skip over something? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I did. Thank you, Ms. Graybill.
Approval of the minutes.
Approval of the minutes. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented. Ms. Graybill.
I would like to make an amendment or make a suggestion to the minutes.
Okay.
If you look down on, it's on, the consensus vote where we're talking about policies. We voted on like A, B, E, F, G, and we pulled off 4.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And then we talked about them, but it does, our minutes don't, I don't believe, and maybe you guys correct me if I'm wrong, our minutes don't reflect that we ever voted on those other 4. The minutes just say that Mr. Wildebohr called for the vote. So I don't know if, I couldn't ascertain from here if the vote was for all of them or for one of them, or I didn't know if we just wanted to tighten that up.
Probably a good idea. We want to be very succinct with what we say. How
Just
would
as
you?
a calls for the vote of items C, D, H, and I. See what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. We make those changes, Ms. Bowie, please?
Only if people agree, that's
Okay.
the,
Well,
so then I
we have a
will make
motion.
a motion to approve as amended.
okay. Did you hear a second to?
Second.
Okay, go ahead. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? They are approved as amended. Thank you for that. I'm just getting ahead of myself here today. At this point, we will continue with our audit presentation. We ask Ms. Sutton to come forward with that, please.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
You've had
have at your desk a copy of our annual comprehensive financial report. And then clipped on the inside is our audit letter. You have there as well. This information has also been posted on our website, and it includes our audit report. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Adam Sapurik from Anderson, Smith & White, who's going to give our audit presentation.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. Again, my name is Adam Sapurik. I'm a partner with Anderson Smith White. We are your new independent auditors. This is our first year conducting the audit of New Hanover County Schools. And I'm here tonight to just kind of briefly go over some of the items found within the report, talk about some key numbers, and point out some of the important letters within the statements. An audit is a verification of your numbers, but this presentation will go over that process and a little bit of an analysis of your numbers, just looking at what went up, what went down, what to look forward to. Our firm does over 70 of the 115 school district audits in the state. I personally work with 20 others, 20 school districts. So again, the analysis just comes in comparing the information we've gathered here versus other districts that we go through. As Ms. Sutton explained, this report in front of you is a comprehensive financial statement. There is 70 pages or so in here that are the audit report that back in November was submitted to the Local Government Commission as per the contract between the board, the auditor, and the Local Government Commission. That 70-page audit report was submitted, reviewed, and approved by that Local Government Commission. The 3-page letter that's clipped to the inside just lets you know that that audit went as planned. We had no difficulties applying accounting and auditing standards. There were no disagreements with management on how to apply standards. The timing of the audit went well. We were able to submit it before the December 1st deadline. Again, just an overall summary letting you know that the audit went as planned. Again, the report in front of you includes that audit report plus about 30 pages of statistical data towards the back that's unaudited. That gives a 10-year analysis of information about the county and about the school system, about your buildings, about your demographics, the number of teachers, just, again, 30 pages worth of data that is unaudited, but is incorporated in this comprehensive report. So what I like to go over is actually our audit report. And after you flip through the first few pages, then Roman numerals, you get to page number 1, actual number 1. This is, again, really the start of our audit report. Page 1 is the audit opinion letter. So again, we're hired to form an opinion about the verification of these numbers. The first page, the first paragraph, is the audit opinion paragraph, and it basically states that, in our opinion, the financial statements presented here are fairly stated, and they accurately reflect the fund balance and the net position of the school system as of June 30, 2022. It's what's called an unmodified, clean opinion. Again, we commented on net position and fund balance, and you might ask, what is the difference between those two? And a lot of these statements center around disclosing your net position. In fact, the first 2 exhibits are about your net position. Your net position includes the hundreds of millions of dollars of value in your buildings, as well as liabilities for hundreds of millions of dollars for your portion of the state pension plan, your portion of the retirement health benefit plan. So anytime you're reading through these statements, it's key to note whether you're reading, especially in the MD&A, or even in the back statistical sections, whether you're looking at net position or fund balance. I believe fund balance far more important than net position. In fact, your child nutrition fund has a $300,000 net position because of the retirement liability, but yet has $6 million in the bank. So there's a disconnect between net position and fund balance, but across the country, every governmental entity reports net position. It's so that you can compare the school systems in North Carolina to the school systems in Illinois, to California. It's a nationwide standard, but again, I think net fund balance is more important than net position. That is what management has to appropriate in next year's budget. It's really what management uses to really just manage the finances of the school system. So if you turn to page 14, again, it's Exhibit 3. It's not the first two exhibits, but this gives you your fund balance for each of your governmental funds. It's essentially a balance sheet, assets and liabilities. The first column on page 14, Exhibit 3, shows that your general fund has $18.3 million of fund balance. That's a decrease of $8 million from the prior year. Of that $18 million of fund balance, you have $800,000 associated with inventory. Inventory is cash that's already been spent. Yes, you have value in light bulbs and plumbing and supplies, but you no longer have cash available to appropriate. So that fund balance is considered non-spendable. So you have $821,000 of inventory. So you really, when you're looking at your available fund balance, you should really take that non-spendable out of the equation. You also have $1 million of prepaids. The timing of when you have to pay vendors sometimes requires you to pay an invoice before you start receiving services. So you have $1 million of dollars spent, but will benefit the 2022-2023 fiscal year. You prepaid for a service that you will get in the next year. Again, it's not dollars in the bank because you've already written that check. It's also a non-spendable fund balance, but you will receive that benefit in the 2022-2023 year. You also have $1.8 million of restricted fund balance for state statute, stabilization for state statute. This is to cover your receivables and your encumbrances. You have open POs at the end of the year for goods and services you plan on buying. You have to appropriate fund balance to cover those. North Carolina laws are written to prevent you from spending money you don't have, just like non-spendable fund balance. If you have open POs, that fund balance is restricted because it goes to cover those open POs. So you can't appropriate for additional expenditures with those same funds that are going to kind of be set aside to pay those open POs. You also have $8 million assigned for subsequent years' expenditures. That is assigned for next year's budget. As of the date of these financial statements, you plan on spending $8 million according to your budget in the 2022-2023 year. Whether that comes to fruition or not, that's a different story, but you have assigned $8 million of fund balance towards that usage, leaving you with $6.6 million of unassigned fund balance. To me, the two numbers, that 6.6 and the 18, are two of the most important numbers in the financial statements. Your total fund balance and then what is unassigned, available for appropriating past June 30, 2023. You also have another local fund, the other restricted fund. This is Fund 8. 10 years ago, those funds were combined. Those were your local sources. But again, 10 years ago, certain state, federal, and other sources of revenue were peeled off and created an other special revenue fund. That fund has $9.3 million of fund balance available. Of that 9.3, 2.8 million is restricted for actual state and federal programs like Medicaid, NC Pre-K, basically funds that you have to spend those dollars on those programs. The other 5.9 million is assigned for subsequent years' expenditures, but that's just because it's within the special revenue fund. You can only have one unassigned fund balance, and that can only be in the general fund. So when I'm looking at any district and looking at what you have really available locally, I like to look at the unassigned fund balance in the general column and the simply assigned in that other special revenue, which is 5.9 million. So again, those combined give you about $12.5 million of fund balance available locally. You also have $951,000 of fund balance in capital outlay. That capital outlay usually doesn't carry fund balance. This year, your capital outlay balance sheet is unique in that you received $4 million for capital improvements to athletic facilities, but you have not spent it yet. So it's sitting in cash and investments, as well as sitting as deferred revenue, a liability, because it's revenue that you have not spent yet, so you haven't earned it yet. And then you also have $2.2 million of fund balance at the individual school level. Those are just the individual school accounts. Again, this is the balance sheet for your governmental funds. If there's any questions on any of these balances, I'm happy to answer them. I think the key takeaways here are, again, the fund balance numbers in those two local funds, the fact that your general fund used $8 million, and your other restricted revenue, it actually went up $3.9 million, and that was mostly in unrestricted sources. Your federal grants fund, you received a lot of education stabilization funds, COVID money. You were able to charge indirect cost on those funds. There is a cost to manage those funds, the overhead. The DPI increased the rate of indirect costs you're able to charge of those funds. And so you were able to collect $4.5 million of indirect cost revenue in that fund, resulting in an increase of $3.9 million in that fund. So combined, really, between those two local sources, you used $4.1 million of fund balance. If you turn to page 16, Exhibit 4, this is the income statement for those exact funds that I just went over. This shows you the revenues and expenses that came to those changes in fund balance that I talked about along with the balance sheet. So you can see that that first column, your general fund, towards the bottom, the net change in fund balance, $7.9 million. Other restricted revenue increased $3.9. Your capital outlay fund used $406,000 of fund balance, and your individual school funds increased $196,000 in fund balance. What's important to note here, the revenue sources, you can see that the State Public School Fund provides almost $180 million of your revenue compared to $94 million in local. You also received $49.2 million in federal grants funds this year. When I look back at 2019, that number was $15 million. You received $31 million of education stabilization funds this year, those COVID dollars. Those COVID dollars, they're not intended to supplant local dollars, but there is some benefit gained, obviously, by having $30 million of federal funds to spend. I think one of the challenges for every district going forward will be how to wean yourself off of those federal dollars and take them back up under local. The other special revenue fund, again, that the revenue source at the bottom, the 7.3, it includes that $4.5 million of indirect cost revenue. And again, to me, those are the two most important exhibits for your governmental funds within these statements. You also have one business type fund, page 22. So business type fund is different than a governmental fund. It is developed and accounted for as a business. It is in the business of selling an item or a service. That service is school nutrition. It sells food. But because it's a business type fund, those pension liabilities are recorded directly here on the balance sheet. So fund balance and net position are one and the same for this fund. And so instead of looking at the fact that there's $326,000 of net position / fund balance in this fund, I really look at cash as the key indicator of financial health and the change of cash as a indicator of how well the fund did this year. So if you look at the top of Exhibit 7, page 22, $6.5 million of cash and cash equivalents on hand as of June 30, 2022. That's an increase of $3.1 million from last year. We are seeing these statewide, every district adding cash to child nutrition because the kids all went back to school full time. Every kid ate for free, and the reimbursement rate for those meals was higher than average. So when you look at your federal reimbursements this year, they totaled $13.8 million, whereas in 2019 they were $9.2 million. So that replenishment, those receipts of those federal reimbursements, again, statewide helped child nutrition funds recoup money used over the previous 2 years of the pandemic and really give a nice cushion going forward, because the challenges going forward, kids are not all eating for free now. The supply chain is causing increases in cost of goods sold, as well as challenges with salaries. So being able to add $3.1 million, give yourself $6.5 million as a cushion, obviously capitalizing on those high reimbursement rates in the current year is a very positive aspect of these statements. All right, page 23 is the income statement for that fund. You can see your food sales were $904,000. In 2019, that was $2.5 million. So while you received more federal reimbursements, you're not able to sell food because, again, all students eating for free. And then your $13.8 million of federal reimbursements are in the middle of that page. And again, that compares to $9.2 million from 2019. Any questions about your child nutrition fund? Again, I think a very positive outlook here for the 2022 year, anticipating not being able to add another $3 million in 2023.
So members, do we have any questions?
I have one, Mr. Chairman. Is it typically where child nutrition, is that typically the department where this cash on hand comes from solely, or do we have other things that?
The cash in the child nutrition fund is from food sales or that federal reimbursement. Yeah, there's no other revenue sources other than some interest and maybe the sale of some kitchen equipment if you ever redo.
Ms. Walker?
Kitchen.
Child nutrition is separate budget altogether. Correct?
It is. It's a separate fund. If you know fund numbers, it's Fund 5. It is a business type fund with its own budget, but it is different in the different than the governmental funds because it has additional assets and liabilities directly in the general ledger that the governmental funds don't have. So on top of a budget for your governmental funds, finance also has to, again, track all the value of your assets. We have to calculate your portion of the liability, again, that state liability associated with pension and health care benefits. Those get added to these statements there, but they're not a part of your basic general ledger, but they are on this Fund 5 child nutrition that's held separate. And it's held separate because child nutrition is a federal grant. Because of that federal reimbursements, there's a lot of rules that are very particular about making sure any money received from food stays in food.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Board? If not?
I have a few more things to point out. Page 52. This is just to kind of give you some context. After those main exhibits, there's 30 pages of footnotes that go over all of your accounting policies, all the data related to your roll forward and fixed assets, detail on your receivables, on your payables, on your debt. There are 10 pages of data regarding those pension and post-employment benefits. And page 52 is a schedule showing those benefits. So while you don't have to worry about the liability, which is, again, hundreds of $millions when you're looking at the pension plan and the post-employment health care, you don't have to worry about the actual liability. That's a state liability. What you have to worry about is the amount paid for every dollar of covered salary. Page 52 gives you an example or gives you some context. This year, for every dollar of covered payroll, you had to spend 16.38 cents towards pension, plus another 8 cents towards health care. Basically, almost a third of every dollar you have a retirement expense that goes to the state to cover these pension and post-employment benefits. And you can see that this year, on $183 million of covered payroll, your required contribution just for the pension piece, the retirement rate is nearly 27%. It's made up of a couple pieces, the biggest one being pension and then the second biggest one being health benefit. But you can just see, comparison-wise, for the pension piece, you had to send $30.1 million to the state. And when you look at 2014, that number was $11.6 million. So again, those are covered salaries. If they're state employees, the state covers that. But any locally funded employee, any job that's a $50,000 salary quickly becomes an $80,000 expense because of all of the benefits, whether it's pension, health care. Again, a challenge going forward for districts that have such high local funding. Page 57 is a budget versus actual comparison of your general fund. I just point this one out in case you want to kind of look at the general fund a little bit more detail. It has budget versus actual, no budget violations, nothing unusual here, just a little bit more detail. And after that, you have 30 pages of statistical data. A lot of it is 10-year graphs. There's also, again, data about the county, about just overall statistics for the school system. But if you turn to page 98, we're almost there. It's the last part of our audit. Our audit is actually twofold. The first one being financial, which we went over the financial statements. The second one is compliance. So while page 1 had an opinion letter for the financial statements, page 98 starts 3 more letters. They are both, again, opinion letters. One is over internal controls. One is over compliance with state rules or state compliance for state programs. And the other is over federal compliance for the federal programs that we audit as major. These are all 3 clean, unmodified opinions as well. We noted no deficiencies in internal controls. We noted no exceptions or question cost or state or federal dollars spent inappropriately in the programs, again, that we audited for compliance. We're required to audit at least 20% of your federal dollars every year, and every major federal program has to be audited once every 3 years. However, your COVID dollars are considered high risk and have to be audited every year. So this year, for federal programs, we audited your EC cluster and your 2 COVID-19 dollars, the biggest one being the education stabilization funds. That totaled, like I said, $31 million. You also received COVID dollars through the State Public School Fund for some year-end bonuses paid in December of 2021. That was considered a federal program. And then your EC fund, it received some COVID dollars, enough to trigger it to be a high risk, therefore being required to be audited. So those programs all were audited for compliance, and we noted, again, no deficiencies or question costs.
Where are those reports on the COVID dollars? What pages?
So the letters are on page,
I see the letters.
Okay, 98, and then page 106.
Okay.
Gives you, this shows that the names of the federal programs. That's where I found that list. And that EC cluster, it's a cluster of several programs, all under exceptional children. Then there's the COVID-19 Education Stabilization Funds and the COVID-19 State Fiscal Recovery Funds. Those 3 programs essentially were your major federal programs this year. And on page 107 is your state programs. The State Public School Fund, it has to be audited every year. It is hundreds of millions, or $170 million of funds. It gets audited for compliance every year. And then your CTE, state months of employment, and your CTE program support funds. Those were your major state programs. Again, those have to be audited once every 3 years as well. And after that, your schedule of awards. One last number to point out on 110. In the middle of the page, this shows you that $30,907,000 of education stabilization funds. It's made up of about 10 programs here, all, again, COVID-19 funds, all set to expire in 2023, 2024, whether they'll be reallocated some other way or not, left to be seen. But again, one of the challenges going forward is figuring out how to not need $30 million of COVID funds. All in all, a very good report. I think in summary, you had quite a bit of fund balance available to be used. You used $8 million of it. If you use $8 million of it again, I would hope to not see another $8 million the year after that. For your size, for the fact that you're so heavily locally funded, a little bit of cushion in fund balance is always a good thing, especially with the unknown, with these COVID funds, and the fact that some of the spending of fund balance and some of the spending on these, with these COVID funds, those are going to be annually recurring expenditures. There's a higher cost to education through technology and programs that just is not going to go away. And so, again, I think those are the challenges that we noted for you going forward, but you definitely have had a healthy fund balance and still have enough to cover you for the next few years. I see the usage of fund balance as almost like trying to steer a freighter or an aircraft carrier. It just, you don't go from using $8 million in 1 year to breaking even the next. It doesn't turn around like that. It takes a little bit of time to reevaluate those recurring expenditures versus non-recurring. But again, all in all, a great report, and I appreciate the opportunity to have the school system as a client, and appreciate all of Ashley's hard work in preparing for us. It was not easy. Anytime switching auditors isn't easy, but while doing it while utilizing a new software definitely has its challenges. And so we appreciate all the hard work, and look forward to doing it again in a couple months.
Do we have any questions? Yes, Ms. Walker.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I have one question. You were referring to the fund balance, and you're hoping we don't go too far down on that. Do you have an opinion or a recommendation on how we should keep it?
No, I don't like to give out numbers. In fact, it was in this year, there was a blog post that came out from maybe the local government commission talking about what is commonly thought of as the recommended amount, 7%. For 20 years, 7% has been thrown out as a recommended fund balance amount. That is more for counties and cities that have actual taxing authority. It is different for school systems across the state. You are different than Union County schools or Johnson County schools, and it's based on that allocation or that percentage of local funds versus state funds versus federal funds. Being heavily locally funded, you need more fund balance percentage-wise than a district that has higher federal revenues, simply for the fact that there will be unfunded state mandates that you have to cover locally. Your every time the retirement rate changes, it's cost you millions of dollars out of your local fund because you have so many employees funded out of or paid for out of local. So it really, I can't give a number, but I always like to look at it in context of how many years you have left to do the same thing you did last year. So $8 million, you did it this year, can do it again next year, and you can do it for one more, but after that, you're, you know.
Should we have a natural disaster? Sorry, I was just making a comment.
Yeah.
Should we have something like a natural disaster? It probably would hurt.
That's right. No, that is a major concern and something to think about. We do the audit for Duplin County Schools. When Florence hit, they were at risk of not being able to dry out their schools because they didn't have enough cash, and that the DPI helped and fronted money, but definitely dollars on hand for an emergency when ServPro, you know, needs to spend millions of dollars drying out flooded schools. You have to have access to cash immediately. So, again, being coastal, being locally funded, your fund balance needs, I think, are a little higher than inland other counties.
Thank you.
Dr. Faust?
I was just gonna say, the 8 million, what you were stating is if that would continue, that would drain it all the way. And so we're also, with the 754 positions out of local, we're having to, if there's a state increase, we have to supply the difference.
Yeah.
With the local dollars.
Yep.
And so we never want to be caught where we can't make payroll.
That's right. There is the bright point of the indirect cost revenue over in Fund 8 really helped mitigate. You know, you didn't really use 8 million of local. You have some other funds available, but it's my understanding the districts that are adding fund balance for indirect costs, the plan is to use those indirect costs to fund those federal programs, those COVID programs, those COVID expenditures after the COVID dollars expire. And I think that's a part of why DPI let districts charge a higher rate and even go backwards and charge rate from old prior year expenditures, all to help you use up those federal dollars and also to provide a cushion for the fact that when those funds expire, there are going to be continued costs.
Any additional questions? If not, thank you very much for the presentation and for all your hard work.
All right, thank you.
We'll carry on with Ms. Sutton again.
Yes. You have in your handouts, I believe, a copy of our budget calendar, and this is also available on our website as well. I wasn't going to go through and list everything that's included on the calendar, but I did want to point out a couple of things there. So as you know, this is a living document, and we will adjust it as we need to add meetings or if there's any other adjustments to dates or things that need to be made, we'll update the calendar. As you can see, we've already started the budget process. We actually started in December. In January the 19th is when the divisions will submit their budget requests to the finance area, and on February 14th, capital outlay recommendations will be submitted to finance. Then on this February the 17th, we will release preliminary position allocations and meet with the principals the week of the 20th. Then on February 23rd is when we will be having our capital outlay committee meeting. And then on April 4th, our goal is to bring a budget back to the board for informational purposes and have you guys have an opportunity to review and ask questions. And then on May 2nd is when we would come back to the board and actually ask for approval of that budget so we could take that and submit it to the county as a county request. Okay, are there any questions about the calendar?
Any questions about the calendar, board members?
Just a point of clarification, so April 4th will be presented a mostly full budget and have the opportunity to discuss.
So on April 4th is when we will present a recommendation to the board, and you won't be asked to approve anything at that time. You'll be able to have conversations and ask questions, and if need be, we can supply additional information to you after that meeting, but you would be asked to approve on May 2nd.
And we have, I didn't read that out, but we have a board work session scheduled for March 14th, and that's when you would be reviewing the information that has been submitted, and we would be having more in-depth conversations. The hope is after that meeting, when we present to the board, you've already had opportunities to look at that, and that would be a final chance to ask questions.
So the March 14th, though, is smaller groups of us. The April 4th is all of us together.
Actually, the smaller groups would be before. I think we're starting those next week, if I remember correctly. So this would be a board work session, the whole board together. Mhm.
Ms. Walker?
Can I ask a clarification question?
Absolutely.
Whenever board committees and we change the name to finance committee, some of us have, at what point are we, as a finance committee, engaging on the budget process? Do we know that?
Sutton, that's a great question. We have a special board finance committee made up of 3 board members.
So whenever that committee was created, we talked about, and maybe the board can give me some clarification, that we didn't want it to be around the budget, that we wanted to bring those conversations to the board as a whole, and that the finance committee would be just, those conversations would be finance updates, not necessarily budget items. But if we want to actually have that be a budget, like a budget committee, budget information to that group first before we bring it to this group, I'm more than happy to do that if that's what we decide.
Ms. Craven?
Yeah, I just wanted to read what we approved for the Finance Committee was improves communication and transparency of financial reporting, budget development, and budget reporting, provides input and feedback to the superintendent and staff. So I had the same question, is that at what point, I think the intent was for 3 of us to be on a committee to learn more about what's going on, and then to work with our fellow board members to make sure that all of the questions were answered, and for us to lobby together and have Ashley as our leader, as our subject matter expert. But it's a finance, it's a standing committee, so that means that one of us, coming up, one of us will be assigned to chair that committee, and then Ashley will be our subject matter expert. So that's what it says. So I just did want you to clarify.
I can. So what happened last year when we tried to do that, it said bring it back to the whole board, so that's why she didn't work in those dates of that, because we were doing the finance. It was in the committee last year for finance.
We didn't have one last year.
Right, but it was in there. We were trying to get one, but the vote was, we can go back and watch those videos where it said bring it back to the board because the board needed to make the final decision.
Oh, right.
So that's why we were, it wasn't worked into there, but she can go back and work in those. It's not a problem to do it, but we were just following on what we had done in the past. That's it.
Yeah, and the intent of this committee was not to usurp the whole board's decision-making. It was to help at least 3 of us understand more in depth what's going on, so that we can help explain behind the scenes, so we're not all, lining up at Ashley's door or at Dr. Faust's door on the way to ask permission to go to Ashley's door, to talk about this. So that's what I thought the Finance Committee was all about, not to be the budget developers, because we definitely voted that down. So maybe we just need to have a committee meeting and kind of
Yeah, maybe do that in
flesh all that out.
Well, and do that before presenting to the whole board, maybe kind of like have that a run through with them, and then, hey, I still have a question here, and then you can bring it to the whole board. If we could add that, at least that one date, maybe 2 dates in, be good.
And we can certainly add those committee meetings to this calendar.
Good.
Okay. Any other questions?
Any other questions? I'm sorry. Are you okay? Oh, okay.
Okay, thank
Any
you.
other questions? Thank you very much. Close this out. Next, we are excited to have our Ms. Faison, Mr. Kilpatrick, and Mr. Lehaki join us as we highlight some instructional actions and initiatives being utilized in our schools, both at Bellamy and Sunset Park.
Okay. Well,
Ladies
I
and
am
gentlemen.
going to invite
Ladies
the
and
gentleman to come up and have a seat, and they will do the second part. But on Friday, I share with you our learning loss, and of course, we've had learning loss across the state and across our nation. But I also share with you our instructional framework and some of the things that we're doing. And I think I want to show it to you. I want to show you our teachers and students in action. So those of you in the audience, you get ready too. You're going to see why we are so proud of serving New Hanover County Schools. So we're going to start with this video. It's only about 6 minutes, but it will engage you because you are seeing teachers and students in action.
So last year I did use I can statements, and I immediately, that's how I started my lesson, was by showing the I can statement, telling the kids what we were going to be, or they were going to be doing by the end of the period. This year I've transitioned into doing it at a different time period where actually we're done with our fluency, we move into, and I introduce my lesson, letting them know exactly right at the learning part that this is what they're going to do for the rest of the day, and that by the end of the period this is what they should be able to do.
All right, Abigail. I can multiply two multi-digit numbers. Tell me what the word multi-digit means.
So at the end of each lesson, I spend about 10 minutes with the exit ticket, and each child shows me individually their exit ticket. If they're able to show it to me correctly, then they walk to the board and they sign their initials on it saying that, yes, I can do this lesson. I have completed my learning target for the day. I think it gives them accountability for themselves and their learning. I think that it has created a motivation. Like, I've had some kids that will come back the next morning and be like, I did not sign up, but here, I did this last night. Can I please sign off? And I'm like, absolutely, for sure. So it's motivating them, and they love to see their name up there. You know, it's also a way for me to know whose name is up there, so I can, you know, go back and make sure that by the end of the week or end of the topic, we have everybody's name up there. But it's definitely become a motivator for them, I think, that they have responsibility for their own learning and they sign off.
How many of you have seen pickleball courts or played pickleball? Jaden was already bragging about how he has his own paddles, and he's professional, so we'll see. So most of you know what it is? Okay, so we are gonna be demonstrating specific rules of pickleball, so you're understanding. We are gonna be practicing all our different various locomotive movements, okay? So what's a locomotor movement?
So our learning target today is I can identify the elements of plot in literature. You should have opened up to your graphic organizer that we took notes on previously, and we are going to do our review game on our booklet. The last thing we have is your correct versus incorrect paper. If you will each take one and write your name on top, and we're gonna keep tally as we play our booklet on plot. So questions 2 through 5. We've got the chocolate, the caramel, and the nougat. What do you think this represents? Which is the lithosphere? Look back at the background information for that definition. Which would be the asthenosphere? Which would be the upper mantle? Write them down on your page. Pull it apart about half an inch. So kind of like this. Not completely apart, but half an inch. So you kind of see the inside start to squeeze out, about that far. Go ahead and do that. This represents a divergent, moving apart boundary. This is our divergent boundary.
So why don't we just, I'm going to call some of you out, or volunteers, so we can go out on the board, and I have the types of business ownership. It says 4, but you know there's more than those, so who wants to try this first? And just put a target, you know, like a magnet where you feel at this point in time as far as the business ownerships.
So learning targets have helped me because it lets me know like where I need to focus on like in class. Like if the teacher's talking about something, I can just go, oh, that's on the learning target. And so I know that I need to focus a lot of my energy into that specifically and maybe like not less on the other things, but I know like the main thing of like what I'm supposed to be learning as of right now.
A teacher without learning targets, usually like I don't comprehend as much as I should or like understand what is going to be on the test if they don't have a learning target, because the learning target basically sums up what we're supposed to be learning about. But the teacher with learning targets, I've always been able to like do really well on the tests and everything because I know exactly what we're supposed to be learning about.
It is helpful to see how deep do I need to go into this based on, so if you look, you know, the white back there is, I don't get this at all, what are these words? And then the yellow is, I got this, I could teach the class. So if I have a lot on the outer edges, I know, got to go a little bit deeper. If I have a lot on the inside, then maybe we can move through it a little bit quicker, so it helps kind of pace the day.
Point 0, -1. Is 0, -1 on this graph?
Yes.
Yeah, it's right here. So when I heard learning target, that was what popped into my head, was a physical target, and how the center of the target is the bullseye. And obviously if the students are aiming for the center, then that's showing us that they have met their target, right? If they're on the outside of the learning target, then that's showing me that they maybe don't understand the material. I have them, when they come into class, they move their magnet where they are when they read the learning target upon entering class, and then when they leave class, then they have an opportunity to move their magnet. And that kind of gives me some feedback on, did they understand the material, or do they feel more comfortable in the material now than they did when they entered class? I think that when we had the discussion about it this year, when Ms. Wooten was talking to us about it, the discussion was about making it meaningful and getting the students involved, really. I think we were posting learning targets. It was for us to make sure that we were staying on target as a teacher, but we wanted to make sure that the students were being involved as well. So by making it interactive for them, we'll have them read the learning target when they come in the room in the morning, then they'll finish the lesson for the day, and then they move their target again at the end. So it just invests them in the process, I think. So it's not just something that's written on the board just for the sake of doing it, but we're actually getting the students involved in the process as well.
Just kind of ask principals who thinks they have learning targets going well in their schools, and just pick some days, and Chase kind of went out with the team and they did some video, and so I want to thank Josh and Chase for that, because it comes to life, and I just want to share that with you. So that is one aspect of our instructional framework. As you know, we are lifting up 3 aspects. We're lifting up learning targets, student engagement, and making learning visible, and we hope to definitely bring that back with you as well. But that was the teachers and the students. I have 2 of our, what do I say, rock stars? Want to be rock stars tonight? You are rock stars. 2 of our fabulous principals here, and if you will, actually, these 2 principals, and we had several principals in our district who exceeded growth. I'm sorry, I have that right here. Who exceeded growth, and it's not working there. Who exceeded growth, but I thought it important to hear from these 2 principals because their schools are on total different ends of the spectrum. And they both did this. Remember, we talked about the growth, and we talked about we want to be in the blue. You're looking at gentlemen who are regular in the blue. And I'm not going to steal their thunder, but I asked them to just come and share what it takes, because the one thing that I want to make sure we all know is how hard our teachers, principals, students, and parents are working. We have learning loss, but we are addressing it. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lohaki and Mr. Kilpatrick.
How you doing? My name is Diego Lehaki. I'm the principal at Sunset Park Elementary School. This is my 6th year there as a Sunset Park Shark and 14th year overall as a principal. Sometimes it feels like 100, but most days 14 is still a lot. So it's sort of a tough question to answer as far as like how are we able to Well, it's actually not that hard to answer because you saw it in the videos of the teachers. I mean, to me, it's the teachers are the ones that are doing that heavy lifting. They're in front of those students every day. They're the ones that should get the credit. You know, I'm here speaking, but you know, if it wasn't so late, I would have had some of my teachers come and maybe have them, you know, at least here. But so what we do at Sunset Park and what I've done, you know, throughout my career is focus on academic growth. Every student can grow, and that goes from the most struggling exceptional education student to the highest academically and intellectually gifted, whatever you want to label them. You know, they all deserve to grow academically. And so if you put a focus on that every kid can grow, and that's what I do in order to make that happen. And focusing on reading, writing, and math, and doing that, there's only so much we can control. We can't control the home life. We can't control the trauma that they've been through, they're currently going through. But what we can control, or at least have some illusion of control, is between 7:15 and 2:30, and that's the school hours at Sunset Park. They're allowed in the building at 7:15. Sometimes we have double runs on buses, but you know, so sometimes 3 o'clock they stay till. But anyway, between the academic is from 7:50 to 2:30, and so that's the time that I try to focus, put all our energy into what we can do there. You know, not overburden the teachers with a lot of after-school meetings, before-school meetings, different things of that nature. Just focus on the academics during that time. And how I do that is I'm sure you're aware that, you know, EVOS is what we're measured on as a school and what teachers are measured on. Whether you agree with it or not, that's the measure that is used to measure the effectiveness of a teacher. And so I make sure I go over that every year, you know, how we did on our EVOS, how we can improve, and I also have individual EVOS meetings every year going over, you know, digging into that data to let them know some of their strengths, some of their weaknesses, how we can grow each individual kid. So it does do a great job of breaking it down to the individual kid and how they did so they could each grow regardless of where they started. You know, I like to focus on what we can do, not what we can't do. Like some of the things that you may think are barriers, what are barriers are, you know, we're one of the highest free and reduced lunch count schools in the county. We have the highest English language learners, multi-language learners in the county. We have the highest of that. We're one of the highest percentage of, we are the highest percentage of newcomers, and you know, recently we've got a lot of students from out of the country, and so that's a challenge because they don't speak English. They weren't exactly, you know, they didn't get much of an education in their home country, but they're here now, and I feel like if they're walking in Sunset Park stores, they're going to be able to grow. We're going to do what we can, regardless of where they start, it's where they end up, and a good teacher is going to be able to grow them every time. And we also have a very high homeless population. So what I'm trying to say is all this trauma and all these different things, those are just factors. We don't dwell on that because a lot of times you'll see people saying, oh, they can't do this because of that, or we should not push them that hard because of this. But you have to get through that because every kid deserves the best education they can get regardless of what the circumstances are or what happened before they got there or while they were, you know, with us. And so, of course, data drives instruction. Everybody knows that. I feel like you do have to allow teachers to have some autonomy. You know, the teacher makes the program, not the other way around. I mean, every 3 years we'll get a new program. Some people will like it, some people won't. But the bottom line is the teachers are the ones that are delivering that content, and they're taking their skills that they've learned and their experiences and helping kids grow academically. And of course, North Carolina, we're based on, our testing is based on standards, so we make sure that we address the standards rather than, you know, the programs sometimes don't address the standards, so it's, again, teachers work very hard to dig into those standards to make sure that they're being addressed so the kids can grow academically. We utilize support staff to ensure academic focus, and you know, a lot of times we hear what we don't have, what people aren't happy about, but bottom line is New Hanover County Schools is very resource rich in my opinion. I've worked for other school counties, and you know, it's harder to do that because if you don't have the counselors, you don't have the support staff, then the teachers end up doing it, which takes away from instruction. So we're very fortunate at Sunset Park to have a school counselor. We have two actually. We have a school social worker, mental health worker. We have an NHCS coach, interventionist, who, you know, that's the learning lab I call it, and that's where the kids get their regular instruction, and then whatever they're lacking, then they can go to the learning lab at appropriate time to make up those deficits so they can catch up, you know, to their peers or where they're supposed to be. Instructional coach. I also hire certified tutors with my Title I money, so they're able to work with small groups for the kids that need it. And of course, I have 3 multi-language learner teachers because I have over 50% of my population is Hispanic. So New Hanover County is resource rich, and I'm very fortunate for that because all those positions are needed to help those kids grow. And you see that it's working. So in the end, it's all about high quality teachers building professional and caring relationships, focusing on core academics. And our motto at Sunset Park is every child, every chance, every day. And so that's what we try to do. You know, there's not a lot of time to waste, especially with the learning loss with COVID. You know, we were already behind a lot of our students in some schools, and so that just put us further behind, but that just means we have to work that much harder to catch them up, and I feel like we're doing that. Sorry, I talk really fast, so I don't know how to change this thing, but. All right, well, if you could see it, there would be a chart that shows, okay, there it is. The only reason I put this up there is that, you know, according to the model, the school performance grade model in North Carolina, 80% of your school grade is proficiency, is 20% is growth. So a lot of people want to focus on that 80%, but I like to focus on that 20% because, like I said, that means every kid counts. It doesn't matter. If the kid doesn't pass the EOG, then to me, that doesn't define that child. 1 3-hour test a couple times a year is not going to say whether or not that kid's going to be successful in the future. I mean, it's an indicator, but the bottom line is wherever they're at academically, they can grow. And so we get that 20% model, and if we wouldn't have exceeded growth every one of those years, we would have been considered a failing school, a priority school. I probably wouldn't be standing up here right now. So it's the hard work of those teachers that were able to grow those kids more than what the state predicted them to grow. So like I said, again, the credit goes to the teachers. I just have one more slide. So I wish this is the most recent picture I had, so no offense to Dr. Faust or myself, but we should have been in the back and the teachers should have been in the front, you know, because they're the ones that allowed us to get that sign and have it for the last 5 years, you know, because they just work so hard every day. So again, I'm standing up here talking, but the teachers and the support staff, teacher assistants, my assistant principal, I mean, they're just phenomenal people, and they work so hard. So I encourage the new board members, if you haven't been out to the schools yet, you know, go out there and see, because you'll see for yourself. That's a very challenging job, but they just, you know, it's rewarding, and it's making a difference. So, all right, thank you.
Let's see if I can make, here we go. It's a privilege to come and speak to you tonight. My name is Bert Kilpatrick. I've been the principal at Bellamy since 2015. I started my career in New Hanover County Schools in 1999. I've been a math teacher at Hoggard and a math teacher at Murray, an assistant principal at Williston Middle, assistant principal at Pine Valley. I worked at CREC, and I've been at Bellamy since then. So I've done about everything except prenatal, maybe. I don't know. I feel like I've covered just about the whole area. But I want to talk about a few things in particular, and I listed them up here. And the first was our high-quality staff with experience. So threw out a few stats, and I did this last year when we had our, I think we had our work like recruitment day, and I started getting some stats. And we have 45 certified staff members, and they have an average of 19 and a half years in the field of education for those certified staff members. Our 3 through 5 grade teachers have been at Bellamy for over 12 and a half years, around 12 and a half years, and they have an average of 22 and a little over 22 years in the field of education. So we will lose teachers to retirement, we'll lose teachers to moving to, you know, they move to other parts of the state or the country or something like that. And we're able to hire folks who come to Wilmington, because everybody wants to come here, and we hire folks who have 10, 15 years experience from wherever they've been, whether it be this state or another state. We find that we're able to attract those types of teachers to our end of the county. We're data-driven, like everyone says. Our teachers make adjustments to small groups and intervention based on the results of the classroom and district tests. What we try to do, usually with me and my coach and my AP, is we look at the data and kind of compile it for them and put it in something that they can look at and they can use, because, you know, I mean, I really like making spreadsheets. I think it's kind of a joke around the county, as I make spreadsheets a lot. But I want it to be useful to people, not just something that says, look, I was able to type numbers in a box or something. So we get this information to the teachers. We use our PLC time to listen to teachers' needs, provide instructional coach support, brainstorm ideas, just anything we can do during those times to best support the students in our school. We talked a little bit about teacher autonomy. So Diego and I talked about what we were going to talk before we got here, and we both shared a few ideas, and we tried to keep it a little bit separate. But we all do pretty much some of the same types of things, but we make it work at our respective schools, and that's what we all do in the county. You know, we all have a different school. We all have different staff. We all have different demographics. We have different areas. We have different needs, and we have to make it work at our respective schools. So, I don't know, I showed somebody my little spiel about this, and we said that's pretty much the nail on the head with us at Bellamy is, you know, we take the curriculum materials and standards, and we make adjustments and refinements that come from years of experience, expertise, and the mindset that we ourselves can improve so that we can deliver instruction that will consistently grow the students. So we want to keep getting better so that we can help the students getting better. If they're coming to us, say they were in the 12th percentile in some test last year, and we can get them to the 22nd this year or the 25th, we feel like we've done a good thing. They may not pass it this year, they may not pass it the next year, but we get them for the first 3 years they start taking tests, and hopefully they can be proficient as deemed by the state. But we always think they can grow, we think they can improve. We use our specials, or our electives is what we call them, our art, music, PE, media specialists to support classroom instruction. They complement what we're doing in the building. Recently I was watching an art class and they were talking about Native American hieroglyphs, and they were making something that complemented what second grade was doing with learning about different tribes throughout the country and the geography, and our art teacher is phenomenal, and our specials teachers are phenomenal with complementing what the staff is doing. And I think that's what they see every day. If you're a second grader and you're learning about it in English or you're learning about it in social studies, then you're also seeing it in some of these other courses. We can't say enough about our assistant principals. When I wrote this, it sounds like I have 2 or more. I don't. I have 1. Diego has 1. We're lucky to have our assistant principals. They're instructional focused assistant principals that can provide resources, ideas, and support for teachers in all areas. I'm very lucky. I worked with her when I was an assistant principal at Pine Valley, and she wanted to go into the administration, and I was lucky enough to be able to hire her a few years later, and I knew what her work was at Pine Valley, and she complements our instructional coach. So we try to cover all the areas of K-5, because we feel like we kind of have 2 little schools. We got a little K-2 school, and then we got a little 3-5 school sometimes, and that's the way it goes. We do try to also minimize after-school obligations, not just for our staff, but for our students. We know their work. We try to work them hard. It's almost like a practice. Like if you think about a sport practice, we try to work hard while we're there, and then that way when they get out of school, they can go do dance, and they can go do karate and do all the other things that everybody likes to do. And we like to give our staff the time that they can, and a lot of them are doing planning and they're doing grading after school anyway. And we try to minimize those things because we want 100% of the time between, like we said, between 7:50 and 2:25 to be engaged in high quality instruction. We feel like if we can just hit that time that we have control over, and then we can make that difference. We always have a growth mindset. Our exceptional children, our ESL, this year we have a DHH, deaf and hard of hearing teacher on our staff, because we have a student that's has some special needs in that area. But we want to meet both the academic and behavior needs. Our EC, ESL staff collaborate with the general education teachers, and we try to do what we can, which is help our students that receive EC services to be in the classroom as much as possible, as absolutely much as possible, because we think that's where they're getting more. We want to be just involved in the instruction, involved with their peers, involved with everything that's going on as much as possible. I don't know if I have another slide in there or not. Okay, so this is ours. So you can just see, yes, we have exceeded every year, it looks like. So that's the goal, right? To exceed every time you can. And our teachers take pride in it. I mean, they look at what their individual classes do, and they come to me. I had a teacher one time come to me, and she, like, as soon as it wasn't as high as she wanted to be, and she was literally already planning for the next year, and this is like in June or whenever, about how things are going to be different and how she wants to make a different change for next year based on what happened. Like we said last week, we're based on when you look at growth, you're looking at 3-5, you're looking at 3 or 4 tests, 3 tests for us that take place over about 3 days. And that's what shows up on a report card. The North Carolina report card is basically 3 days of what is shown, but the work that we do and our staffs do, I mean, we're working every single day. We just get judged kind of on those 3 days, but we're working every single day and putting in that work. But yeah, I mean, that's what we're going for. We're consistently a B school. Some years we exceed a little more than others, but that's what our staff wants to do. One thing that we do at our school that I did not mention in my presentation that maybe is, I don't know if it's unique or not, but for my 3 through 5 teachers, I allow them, if they want, as part of my autonomous nature, is if they want to be departmentalized, they can. So I'll have 3rd grade teachers that do math and science, and then their partner will do the ELA and the social studies. And I allow, if they feel like that's going to meet the needs of the students, then that's what we do. But we've been doing it in I mean, there's some years I had 8 third-grade teachers one year. You know, I had 4 doing one thing and 4 doing the other thing, and they collaborate with each other, and of course, they collaborate with their teammates. But, you know, I allow those teachers to do what they think that is their, you know, their strength, and we try to go with that. And we feel like if we can let them do what's their strength, then this is the kind of results that we'll get from that. So I think that's it. Yep. But anyways, it was a privilege to talk to you, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before I open it up to questions, I just want to highlight a couple threads. I hope you heard teacher support, autonomy. It's about my teachers. I'm supporting my teachers. As I think Mr. Lahaki said, or maybe both of the gentlemen said, they don't teach a class, right? It's about the educators. So I want to highlight that. And the next thing I want to highlight is, just again, they both focus on growth, and they're dealing with totally different populations. The challenges are totally different. You have a school where you have teachers when they leave this because they're retiring, and then you have a school that it's more of a challenge to get people there, but they're still, I think they kept saying when they're there from 7:50 to 2:30 or 7:50 to 2:25, we've got to do that. There are no excuses. So I just want to highlight those pieces before I open it up to questions for the gentleman or comments.
Board members, do we have any questions? Bradford?
I'd just like to congratulate you and thank you. Very heartwarming. Very heartwarming. Congratulations. It's an amazing achievement. Thank you.
And I'd like to echo that. Educational leaders is what we have in front of us, and we just need to clone you two. And we, but we do appreciate all your hard work, and please do share with your school. We appreciate the schools that we appreciate all their hard work. And you will see me real soon, so. Ms. Crable, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just, it's always a pleasure coming by your places and, just to watch everybody interact. And I do like with Bellamy, your specials really are cross-curricular, and it's really cool to see when you walk in and things on the wall. But one of the things that I was just comes back to is your slides that you did with your 4-year growth trend that both of you put on there, consistently above that blue line. And in some cases, like way above the blue line. So we all know as a team, it's not you, it's not one individual teacher that pulls you along, it's the whole team. And it's just really nice to see. It's a good vibe, at your schools when you talk to the teachers, and that to me is heartwarming. And you have your kids who love to brag on themselves. I loved coming by and talking to your first grade class that won the national award. And, they were so excited to be, they couldn't stand themselves. So, but anyway, thank you very much.
Ms. Walker.
I would just say there's a lot of things you both very much have in common. You both agree that our growth is a lot more important than I work state and listen to everyone. Maybe we should focus on that. And a lot of things you don't have in common is, staff, there's experience, and the assistant principals. I mean, like I say, you might be on different ends of the spectrum in some regards, but I think that's how we could model it.
Mr. McManus.
I appreciate both of you being here. I think that obviously, you deserve kudos for everything. But what strikes me is what you both said in some shape, form, or fashion, was you realize that your staff is the key. Well, I learned, as you stated, we're only as good as who we work with and the support. And that support is very important, both for recognizing your staff.
Anyone else? Yep. Again, congratulations. At this time, we will have been asked for a 5-minute restroom break, so we will take a 5-minute restroom break. Please be back no later than 8:24.
I'm gonna go see you.
Yeah, go on the right side.
Okay. Okay. I don't think that I'm competing with them.
Not, maybe not.
Oh, yeah, he really will. I'm dropping for the Lord. Oh, my God.
Just right after student wasting or whatever, just let them do it so they can tell.
together all night. All right, if we can come back at this time. Thank you very much for that quick break. We will continue with the division updates, and that will be, Mr. Smith will be leading us off, and they're going to do it from over there because several different divisions will be sharing. So we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Smith. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, board members, Dr. Faust, and guests. So as the title slide alludes to, we're going to take just a few minutes this evening, approximately 2.5 per person, to provide updates from our respective divisions. Much of what you'll hear is directly tied to the district strategic plan, although we also want this to serve as a bit of a level set, new board, beginning of a new year, and we've had a lot change in the past year, and we're excited to share some of that progress. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll defer to your preference, but do suggest we hold questions and comments until the end, and then we can address them collectively.
We will do that. Thank you.
Next slide, please, Anita. So last week at your retreat, I mentioned bringing numbers and data around our community partnerships and volunteer involvement, and so that's where I'll start. So this school year, we've been incredibly fortunate, we'll put it that way, exceptional level of support from our community, and to date we've received over $70,000 in donations, and that's from various organizations, businesses, including financial contributions to school supplies, books, and other resources. Additionally, we raised $12,800 in donations through our United Way campaign. And kind of a fun fact, we had a $4,000 donation from the film crew of The Summer I Turned Pretty, which is a Netflix documentary, and that went straight to Porter's Neck Elementary School. In addition to donations, we've also seen an absolutely impressive level of volunteer support. We have over 1,700 people that have completed their volunteer training this year and have clocked 37,000 volunteer hours. So just to provide some sense of how that translates, at a rate of $15 an hour, that's equivalent to just over $550,000 in volunteer time that's been contributed since the beginning of our school year. So we want to thank those incredible volunteers for that commitment and dedication to our students. Public records is my absolute favorite thing to talk about in the world, but it's a challenge common to many school districts and the backlog that can happen there. So just to provide some perspective, in May of last year, we had nearly 300 open public records requests, and to manage that large volume, we made some changes. The board made some changes. We implemented a software solution. But if you fast forward to this evening, we have 5 open public records requests, and we're able to maintain that number, have been able to, fingers crossed, at a number consistently below about 10. I can't overstate our commitment to transparency in the website and what we do in public records and adherence to law. And I invite anyone, the public or whomever, to inspect those, to look at those. There's over 300 documents. Those are contracts. Those are emails. Everything is available for all to see, and it's sortable by requester, keyword, date, et cetera. That brings me to website improvements. We have added a dedicated section on the site, similarly to PRRs, where folks can inspect the entire curriculum, and we welcome that. We added a section dedicated to just ESSER funds, what the allowable uses are, down to the exact dollar amounts. Dr. Faust mentioned earlier the necessity for CTE in the local workforce, and we worked with our CTE education department and created more than a dozen videos for students and families to explore those various pathways. And most recently, at the request of the chairman, actually, we created a page repository for all current district MOUs that's also sortable, and we'll be adding contracts to that soon. And finally, as part of our efforts to attract top talent to the district, attract and retain, we worked incredibly closely with HR to implement targeted marketing efforts that focused on promoting our district. I think it's fair to say that we were successful collectively. We started the school year with only 6 student teacher facing vacancies, which is a testament to the strength of that collaboration both between divisions and with our school leaders. This credit, of course, goes to our incredible HR department. Still, I think it's fair to say we've kind of are onto a winning formula to get after teacher shortage, which is plaguing the nation. But we have good reason to be optimistic. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Eddie for operations.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. When someone says operations, what comes to mind? Service, support, excellence.
Excellent.
Okay, not yet,
Yeah.
but that's our goal. We're getting there. That's our goal. So, but the other thing that our goal is, and our focus within operations in the various departments within operations, is to recognize that operations, our work directly affects instructions. So quality operations equal quality instruction. And what do I mean by that? Here are some of the focuses for the upcoming year or in our current year. Bus driver recruitment and retention. This is the single biggest thing that impacts our efficiency and our on-time routing and transportation. We've made that a priority. We appreciate your support with bonuses. It is making a difference. We've implemented a mentoring program within our transportation department. We're bringing bus aides on, and we're working with them one-on-one to get their CDLs and move them from that aide position to a driver position. We've actually hired more bus drivers this year than we have in any previous year. On-time and efficient routes. We know if we're not on time, students miss instruction. Direct correlation. So we have got to get our buses on time. And I admitted, I owned it. We didn't get off to a great start. But today, aside from traffic or a mechanical issue, our buses are getting to school on time. And that's really our priority. We are working as we hire new drivers to reduce some of the double runs and increase our efficiency even more. You heard in the audit presentation that our revenue is down in child nutrition. We recognize that. We don't have free meals anymore. And so we are working on modifying and improving our menus to increase participation. Why? Because if students are hungry, they're not learning. So another direct correlation between operations and instruction. Safe, healthy, well-maintained buildings. If students don't feel safe, they're worried about that. They're not listening to the teacher. They're not learning. If they're not healthy, they're not in school. They're not learning. So again, we've focused our attention on providing those safe, making our safety improvements, making our buildings healthy and well-maintained. And then classrooms that enhance instruction. Another direct correlation. We know that we can provide furniture in classrooms that not only meets the teacher's needs, but meets those individual students' needs. They'll focus more. They'll pay attention more. We want flexibility. We want good acoustics. We want good lighting, and we want daylighting. There are countless studies that show daylighting increases student attendance, increases teacher attendance, and it also increases teacher retention at a school. So a lot of the things that we do that you might not think about when you first walk into that classroom have a direct correlation to instruction. And so those are the things that our department is focused on this year and will be continued to focus on in the coming year.
Barnes?
Thank you. All the work that HR does can fall into one of three domains, and that's obtain, train, and retain. We want to obtain the best high-quality applicants, train them to be highly effective, and retain those that are good for students and high-performing. So in the first one, when you look at obtain, a couple of brief examples. One last year, and you can see the picture up there, we had a career fair at Ashley High School in April that brought in over 200 applicants. In addition, we did a student intern job fair last spring. We have over 150 student teachers who come work with us every year, a few in the fall with the bulk coming in the spring. Many of our interns come from UNCW, but we also take them from UNC Pembroke, UNC Charlotte, Western Carolina, from all across the state. Last year, interns had a whole day of support where they interview with principals, got resume advice, got interview tips, and then we went ahead and early contracted with those that were high performing that principals wanted to see in their buildings the next year. Now, recruiting has become a year-round process. We do dozens of recruiting events at colleges across the state all year long. Luckily, we provide a comprehensive benefit package, reasonable class sizes, we have great teacher, especially new teacher development, and we have one of the highest teacher salary structures in the state. So, and Josh mentioned this earlier, but all those led to the lowest vacancy rate that we've had in years at the beginning of the 2022-2023 school year. So in regards to training, our efforts in this area are designed to sustain and develop our teachers to be highly effective. This includes supporting the curriculum training, the new teacher development program, and trainings to improve the quality of our leadership. Specifically this year, we're working on observation, calibration, and improvement. In the last year, we also spread this to our classified leaders as well to support the development of all leaders in the district, not just those that are in the schools. Our new teacher development program helps our new teachers build the foundation for their whole teaching career, and approximately 85% of our beginning teachers last year returned this year to school. And that's one of the ways we affect our retention rate, is by helping build the efficacy of our new teachers. We have a strong nationally board certified program here. It's a nationally renowned program to help teachers build their competency. And we have over 325 nationally board certified teachers here in New Hanover County, and we have 47 who are currently actively pursuing their national board certification. Our tagline is Start Here, Grow Here, and we're not hiring people for the current school year, we're hiring them for their career. And we want to build them a 30-year plan to work with. In regards to retention, I think it's important to remember that our most valuable educational resource is our staff. And we've got numerous ways we work to increase that retention rate of our employees. We developed several different recognition programs you can see up there, as well as working with the county to increase the supplement and increase the salary for all of our employees, both classified and certified. One special recognition we received last year was our inclusion as the honorary tribute group for the Azalea Festival. And we also, in this effort, we also work to hold our employees accountable for policy and support a standard of excellence for all of our students and stakeholders.
Technology has been very busy with many projects that I'm going to share a few of the projects with you. Our first one and our biggest one is the one-to-one implementation. All staff and students at the 9 high schools have been issued laptops, as well as central office staff, for a total of around 9,000 devices that have been put out in the last 2 years. As part of the one-to-one plan, all classrooms will also receive a new line board for projecting, similar to the board that's in the room that you guys do closed session in. We are also with this project working with CTE, and we've created actually a student help desk at 7 of the high schools, where students provide the first level of troubleshooting and repair for other students and earn high school credit. So we're very proud of that project, and we've worked with CTE in this process. Teachers are also being provided training to leverage the one-to-one devices to support student learning by developing balanced instruction that promotes student creation, collaboration, communication, and critical thinking. Okay. Technology is a division of service, much like operations. This summer, we have created service level agreements, and we have shared those with administrators and teachers. Our goal is to increase the service levels and response time for the district. We want to make sure we are fixing these machines as quickly as we can, so that way it's downtime, it's reduce the downtime for instruction. Protecting staff and student data is very important to us. We have installed Microsoft Defender Advanced Threat Protection on all devices. Also, with human error being the cause of the majority of data breaches, we have provided training for staff and students using a product that the state has provided called KnowBe4 and then Neptune Navigate. And we'll continue this training every year. Last summer, we held the first NHCS KinCode summer camp for rising middle school students. The camp was held on Cape Fear Community College campus, and students participated in multiple activities where they learned the Apple Swift programming language. We are going to continue that summer camp again this summer.
Well, there's so much going on in the Division of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. A few things I just want to highlight.
been successfully submitted. Last night, the student voices had an opportunity to speak with the EDI board committee, and they voiced their next movement, which is going to implementation. So they're going down to develop procedures, how to implement the policy, and that's one of the biggest things right now we're working to support them on. Next, we announced our EDI parent work group. We had over 281 parents, families apply to be a part of the EDI parent work group. We successfully were able to select 42 parents that represent 33 schools. With this particular EDI work group, we are now adopting more of an open enrollment as we have new parents from schools who have not been, who are not represented. So that's another just aspect of this EDI that we're working on. The first initiative that we have right now is the North Carolina A&T Blue and Gold Males Exploring Pathways in Education Initiative, which is an initiative where North Carolina A&T College of Education will be sponsoring 20 students from Marion County schools to spend a day in the College of Education program. This is an immersive experience for those students. They have the opportunity to explore pathways and opportunities in education, and also create a network of education stakeholders to support participants as they navigate academic and professional careers. The second initiative we have is through a partnership with Novant Hospital, which is our Novant County Schools and Novant Youth Health Equity Summit. The goal of this event is to expose middle and high school students of color and low NHCS to various healthcare professions and practitioners, while providing an opportunity for their parents to learn how to support a child who is interested in healthcare. This initiative will take place on February 18th, which is a Saturday at Wilson Middle School. The next initiative we have is a pilot initiative, which is our New Hanover High School Community Re-Engagement, which is a pilot program that seeks to re-engage New Hanover High School in the surrounding communities and businesses in an effort to decrease student tardiness and keep our kids in school within the school day. As of right now, we are in partnership with One Stop Shop, which is on the corner of 13th and Ann Inner Rush Convenience Store, which is on Princess Street behind New Hanover High School. This initiative will encourage those small businesses to stop selling to our students after the time of 7:25, which will encourage them to be in class when the bell 8:25, which encourages them to be in class before the bell rings at 8:40. So with this pilot program, we're hoping to expand it to our other high schools as just a district-wide initiative to maximize the value of every academic minute. Thank you.
New Hanover County Schools was recognized this year for excellence in financial reporting. We were recognized with Governmental Finance Officers Association, and we were also recognized by Association of School Business Office International. And leading into that, you heard earlier today from our external auditor that we received a clean opinion for our 2022 financial statements and compliance audit. And just as he shared, what that means is there were no audit findings in our financial statements or compliance area or internal control areas. Over the past year, we have implemented, we've actually been part of a state pilot. Our school system was chosen to be part of this pilot, and we've fully implemented the new state ERP system called Munis. Over this past year, we were the first school system in North Carolina to do that, and we continue to align our budget with our strategic plan. So those are the things we've been working on this past year.
All right, and I'm going to finish this up. You may be picking up on a theme, and that would be academic integration. If it's not increasing achievement, we don't spend a whole lot of time focusing on it. But within student support services, I want to talk a little bit about how we are increasing access to instruction, also removing barriers to instruction. We focus specifically on building the learning culture through a collaborative and problem-solving model where human beings interact successfully with each other. In student support services, A couple of our accomplishments or focus areas have been in implementing an online enrollment platform, starting with enrollment with our parents coming into the school district, having a supported enrollment process where their data is immediately dropped into our student information system is crucial to accurate records and crucial to safety. There is no gap in time from that accurate student information being in PowerSchool. We've also spent time digitizing our historic student records, again, being very customer focused, making sure that our student records are accessible through digital means and not our historic records being in files in a closet somewhere. We really needed to bring ourselves into this age of technology. We've spent a lot of time focusing on a special education beginning teacher cohort. We are, much like our human resources partners who do such a fabulous job at recruiting and training our folks, we want to make sure that within special education, we spend a significant amount of time preparing them for that work that they'll be doing that is about implementing the general curriculum, but also meeting very diverse student needs. We've also, in that area of special education, used some of our ESSER funds to build the curriculum dream team that we have really always wanted to create. And DPI has identified us as a model and sent other school districts to see how we are making that work. We are finding a lot of blue in that EVOS work. So we'll be looking at how we can continue much of those efforts beyond that funding. We also have a significant number of MOUs, as many of you seen through either being a part of the board or being watching through the board meetings. We have a lot of involvement with our community agencies to address barriers to learning, whether that be really diverse student needs, students who have experienced trauma, homelessness, and so on, all kinds of risk factors. We've also been focusing a lot over the last year and a half or so on our graduated response model for discipline, where in accordance with the strategic plan, we have a focus on safe and supportive school culture with an instructive response to behavior. Accountability for behavior absolutely starts with an instructive approach to behavior. We also, in the world of student support that kind of runs all kinds of gamuts, have been focusing on the fidelity of reporting within our graduation rate. We found a graduation rate increase even with fine-tuning our reporting parameters and ensuring the fidelity in how that calculation is created. We have been reducing the different ways of handling different types of situations from school to school by focusing on district-wide standard operating procedures. Those involve managing attendance, processing and maintenance of student records, our transcript auditing for four-year graduation plans, student placement determinations. That's not just with regard to enrollment, but also with regard to any changes of school assignment. Our special education staffing in how our schools each earn their special education staff based on the types of needs of students and the services that are required. Our discipline recommendations, and then also fine-tuning our bullying investigations and determinations, which can have impact also on enrollment and school assignment. And then focusing on audits for accountability to ensure that those standard operating procedures are providing us that return on investment and the impact. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, one thing I did forget to mention was through partnership with Dr. Cook, Director of Federal Programs, the EDI division has submitted the 2022-2023 North Carolina Department of Public Instruction Equity Plan. The purpose of this equity plan is to address any disparities that result in low-income students and minority students being taught at higher rates than other students by beginning teachers or out-of-field teachers. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, we'll happily take any questions the board may have.
Do we have any questions from the board? Ms. Bradford?
I believe that not being able to read is the worst possible discrimination there is. So would you guys be able to come up with a plan to increase our reading proficiency by 10%, say by the end of the 23-24 school year?
Dr. Faison?
We have a literacy plan. We have a literacy plan, and that literacy plan, I can't tell you the exact numbers of increase, but I would think that would be on target with that. I would have to look at it, but we're required by the state to have an interventional literacy plan. So we have that, and it is online, and we can definitely talk more about that and share that plan individually or in our curriculum meeting, because that is our goal, is to increase our reading proficiency or literacy.
Thank you.
Mr. McManus.
Well, I just want to compliment you, as we talked about the two principals that were presenting. Not as good as staff that surround you, and I'd like to commend you. None of us are perfect, won't ever be. Y'all do a lot of work, and I know that some of you might harass you all the time. Everybody else bothers him. But I want to thank you for what you do. We don't take enough time to compliment people, and we talked about that earlier too. So you're the nuts and bolts. And if I was your superintendent, I would take you all to Roots for dinner.
Right after this, Ms. Graybill.
We talked about that, I think.
This was very impressive. We hear from time to time the individual things that you guys do, and we put it all together here is really just kind of very awesome. And wanted to make sure I got my adjectives right before Mr. Anderson, that I appreciate the work that all of you guys are doing. And what really struck me is, because I had to read through the strategic plan again, before our exercise this evening, is that you guys are just following that. Just like we all work together to create it, and then we charge Dr. Faust with, getting it done, and we're making progress towards that. And to me, that's all we can ask for. We ask our principals to do their school improvement plans and meet those goals. We ask you to put the strategic plan together with us and meet those goals. And this is just an impressive array of the work that you guys are doing. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Ms. Walker.
Yeah, I just want to echo what everyone else said. I am very impressed with the amount of things that happen. It's not been very long. As a person that's close to that, being on the committee, I see that a lot more personally. Hearing all the things that you guys have presented it's pretty impressive to see it all in one place, and I do.
And I just want to echo, I want to thank each and every one of you for all your hard work. I know it's not easy day in and day out, so thank you for all you do. And I'm just a clapper, so we're going to clap for Jeff tonight, so thank you. That'll be on the news next. He's a clapper, but that's fine. That's fine. I don't know exactly what that means. We'll carry on. Thank you again. We will carry on with the current state of discipline. Mr. McManus asked to put this on, so I'll turn it over to Mr. McManus.
Well, this will be brief. If you look up discipline, usually but in our situation, that's associated with school. I think discipline, their expectations that go on with discipline, affect, defect, all the above, the reaction of students in a school setting or in a school-sponsored setting. So I think there are expectations of regulation and directiveness, support. Assistant principals, they need them, particularly low performing. And as one of the principals mentioned tonight, he's got a full staff and realized that success at play is part of their school. I think that all of these are keys to good discipline. And I'm not going to do it tonight because we got a lot of stuff still coming. But again, I'll make a motion that hopefully to add this to the agenda now for discussion in the February meeting. So we don't need your budget time, so it's a good time to talk about it for support. So, but I appreciate your time, and if somebody, I'll make a motion that we add this to the agenda now.
So we have a motion to add this to the February meeting. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Mason. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
6 to 1 then. 6 to 1. Okay, thank you. We will carry on. We next come to our consensus items. We have A through H, I believe. Something's missing here. I would entertain a motion to approve all the consensus items unless we have someone that wants to pull one off.
I'll make a motion to accept.
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Walker to accept the consensus items, a second by Ms. Bradford. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Carry on. We move now to old business, approval of the 2023-24 traditional school calendar. We have 15 minutes allotted to this.
Set your clocks.
Hello again. So I am here in front of you to ask for approval of a calendar for the 23-24 school year. I just want to let the audience know that we now have 3 calendars that you have present. We have A, B, and the committee was polled and they agreed with sharing C. So you also have calendar C. And I will take any questions that you need to make that vote.
Ms. Crable.
Could you outline briefly, there's so many calendars that are out there. What is the difference between, what is calendar C, the third one that the committee but then they originally told you they don't want that?
Okay, so calendar A, and it's a good point, calendar A is the traditional calendar. It's the calendar that is just the normal state calendar that we've used for years, not the 2 years we were in COVID. Calendar B is mainly the calendar that defies law and gets us out in December and May. Calendar C does not defy law, but it has the unbalanced semesters where, you would have one group of students. If I have twins, Paul and Paula, Paul could get biology on the first semester and they would get 70, I don't have the 74 days, I think it is, of instruction, and then Paula would get about 89 days of instruction. So, the question was, if Paula gets a B and Paul gets an A, how do we justify that? But that is the difference in the calendars. The biggest difference with C is it does do what our community wants about the December and the May, but what it doesn't do is it doesn't allow for balanced semesters.
I'd actually like to speak to that. Looking at, I know the committee initially presented us calendar A and B because we asked for 2 options to select from. I have been very vocal about not breaking the law. With that being said, I think it's our due diligence to put forth what the community wants. So I sent you all a draft resolution, and I'd like to make a motion for us to publicly adopt the resolution of support of local control for school calendar, such that in the event we go to the General Assembly, we can present this to our Education Committee. I've already represented 2 different legislators, but I'd like to make a motion to adopt that tonight and discuss amendments.
Second.
I would like to amend that. I think this is excellent. I would definitely like to adopt it, but I would ask, would it not be better to have everyone's signature on it? And I'm asking, what's your thought, Ms. Barnhart?
All of us.
I would be okay with that.
So, Mr. McManus.
I could agree with this for the moment, but I'd like to at least give the members of the calendar committee an opportunity
to give input,
to see this and have their input. Call a meeting, I don't know. I did call a couple people today and ask their opinion. Place. But at least we've created the opportunity for them to have their input.
Since we're in discussion, the one that I was just clarifying, I'm not really sure if the start date for band and such for us begins August 1st. So if that is an adjustment, then I'd love feedback in that resort. But most of the other things kind of was consensus, and this was just effectively from another county, and just we adapted it to New Hanover. So before presenting to you guys.
Ms. Walker?
I'm going to read it. I'm not opposed to what's in it. I actually read the whole thing. It sounds pretty good. And one of many counties that are trying to have flexibility in their calendar where we don't have to make decisions that are very difficult in calendar, which this is turning out to be a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. But it wouldn't be, but it is. So the motion on the table is to adopt this now, and your amendment was to add all the.
You have everybody sign it. Well, we have a motion and a second. Do we have an amendment? Would anybody would you like to amend that and send? Yes, ma'am.
So I'm a little confused with the motion, that I understand what we want to do, but is that in place of adopting a calendar, or is that in it? So
It's an acknowledgement that this is what our community wants, so this is moving forward. We are doing this in addition to.
Since we've talked about this is in the general area of calendar, since we've had that as a topic. I think it is at this point. Yes, ma'am.
Well, wouldn't we want to adopt a calendar first? And then if we choose A, then we would put this resolution in. Or even if we chose B.
Right.
But I'm just thinking it makes more sense to, let's adopt our calendar and then do the resolution. I mean, I don't know if it matters or not, but I just don't want us to come away from not voting on a calendar tonight.
Well, let's go ahead we have a motion and a second. Ms. Walker?
I guess it's either calendar we pick in any regard is not going to matter. I think resolution's important regardless of which one we pick. They all C3 are not exactly what everybody wants, but we'll have to pick one of them and we'll still have to send a resolution.
I do need a question, Mr. McManus. Are you making an amendment? Do we send it back to calendar, or are you just making that recommendation?
No, I was just making a suggestion that we allow the calendar community input. I want to make it.
Make a motion, okay.
One more comment.
We got that the other night, we had triple amendment, so.
Oh, I know that.
Regardless of which calendar we end up with, this tells the people that make the decisions in our state, our laws, that we're serious about wanting a balanced calendar that meets the needs of the students and the parents. That's all it does. And it's been adopted in another county. It's not been opposed. We just want to add our voice to the voice because the public may not realize we can't make Raleigh change this calendar law. We've done our best at this point, and it won't happen this year. So we're stuck in a hard place. But if we sign a resolution, and of the 115 districts, if they get maybe, I don't know, half of them, maybe they'll start to listen to us. We're in an uphill battle to change the calendar law. We really are.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for interrupting. If I could ask the board members to turn their mics on. This is a heavily watched topic right now, and folks are having trouble hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
May I?
Ms. Walker?
To Ms. Bradford's point, and I guess, I kind of agreed with Mr. McManus on the calendar committee, but this is coming from the board, so it probably doesn't necessarily, not that the calendar committee is not important, they are, but this is something that we are resolving to do. So perhaps, if we approve it, then we can send it with, your addition of our names. That would be nice.
Okay.
I had a question for Mr. Weber. So is there any, all we really need is the school board chair signature, right? Because he's the one that binds us into contracts and binds us into things. Does it matter if we all sign? Does it make it even more important?
It's at the board's discretion. This is not a contract, it's a resolution. Whether the board chair signs on behalf of the board or each individual member signs, I think that's at your discretion. A quick procedural point, as I understand it, there's a motion and a second to adopt this resolution as proposed. I heard Mr. Wildeboer suggest that all board members sign. I don't believe you need to do a motion to amend for that. The board could vote on Ms. Barnhart's motion with the understanding that each board member will sign.
So, let's call the question at this point.
Do you want to retract your motion based on what he just said?
I don't think I made a motion.
You did. You made a motion to amend the motion.
Okay. I will withdraw it. That's fine. At this point, let's vote. All in favor of the resolution as provided here and sending that on, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 7-0. Back to our original conversation, which is the calendar. We have A, B, we have in front of us a C2, and I'm just going to say it because somebody's going to say it. Did you get a chance to look at D and what is, because I actually received a phone call from two principals today saying that why don't we take D, because D answers everything.
So actually, I did, and I had an opportunity to really just get an understanding of D. I didn't have a time to look at D,
Can I do a
but
slight point of order, because we presented the calendar committee, and she is a representative. The calendar committee did not authorize her to speak on their behalf for calendar D, so respectfully, I think she's overstepping speaking on behalf of it, but if we want to entertain the motion to make her speak on behalf of it, but I think as it stands right now, it's my understanding, we charged her to do something, the calendar committee to do something, and they did it. They provided us calendar A, B, and C, and I don't really like the outcome of the suggestions of A and C, but in my opinion, that's what I'm left stuck voting on. So for the public who is not aware, calendar D, I got an email this morning about it, not from this committee, from an outside source of a magical calendar that exists that's going to solve all our problems. So I'm frustrated getting that result and then putting this on our central office staff to give us a solution that they did not present to us. So, just for what it's worth.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like, if you're willing, only if you're willing, I would like to hear, if the magical calendar D, solves our problems, because we certainly need problems solved at this point.
so I will say that I have not had time to look at the work days and all this, but it is my general understanding that calendar D has 165 days, whereas the other calendars have 178 days, and it increases the amount of instructional hours, so it gets the hours there. So I have been talking to our attorney, Mr. Weber, and communicating with DPI basically throughout the day, or the latter part of the day, to get some clarity on this instructional and recess. And I will let Mr. Weber explain it, because he explained it into a way to me that I truly understood it, the difference, and why recess is not part of this. And I just want to say, I had reached out to DPI before to ask this question, and I reached out again today. And I've got the same results, and that was if it is structured with lesson plans for recess. But I'll let Mr. Weber talk about where it comes when we have some confusion, when we see the language of recess does count, because that is for a different point. That is mainly attendance and dealing with counting students for money, and I'll let him explain that.
Mr. Weber?
Yeah, board members, I'd be happy to discuss the calendar law, particularly as it relates to the definitions of instructional hour and instructional time. I do want to give a caveat. I have not studied calendar D in any type of detail. My understanding is that in order for a calendar like this to work, the district may need to count recess in grades K-5 towards the calendar law's instructional hour requirements. So the information I'm going to share with you now is limited to that particular question, whether K-5 recess can count for purposes of the calendar law. And I'll start by just saying that the calendar law does not define instructional time. It does not define instructional hour. It establishes a minimum number of days or hours for calendar law compliance. There is a State Board of Education policy that defines instructional time as that time during which students are assigned to a teacher for the primary purpose of instruction. The New Hanover County Schools Board, your policy 3300, includes that same definition and uses slightly different language, but says that the instructional day includes only those hours a student is assigned to a teacher for the primary purpose of instruction. I understand there, at least on Friday during the board retreat, there was some discussion about whether there is a state law that specifically authorizes or states that recess for grades K-5 counts towards instructional time for purpose of, again, calendar law compliance. I was not able to find a statute on point. There is legislation from 2021 that directed the State Board of Education to adopt a funding formula based on student FTE, full-time equivalency. And that's part of the General Assembly's review of school district funding, whether it's by ADM or on an FTE basis. The State Board of Education, took that direction and adopted a formula. The formula is contained in what's called the NCDPI Student Attendance and Student Accounting Manual. That manual is something that the State Board of Ed approves, and they do approve every year. The formula itself, which is again a funding formula, includes a numerator, a denominator, and in its definitions, it says that instructional minutes include recess for grades K-5 consistent with, and then it cites to a statute. I think it helps to understand the background for that particular statement. It's related to an FTE funding formula, not necessarily to what types of activities count for purposes of calendar law compliance. If the board were to proceed with this option D, I think there could be arguments to support including recess in the calculation for instructional hours. There may be arguments against that. I'd be happy to discuss what the potential legal implications might be enclosed. But the bottom line is, again, I was not able to find a statute directly on point, just a statement with regards to the State Board of Education's FTE funding formula. And I think really, the most important consideration for you in making your decision tonight and for staff in implementing whatever decision you make is, while instructional hour and instructional time is not defined in statute, it still has to be instructional. That's the word that the statute uses. So, if a district were to include recess, I think it would make sense to build some sort of structure around what that looks like. I don't know if that would mean lesson plans or what have you, and I understand Dr. Faison has gotten a little bit of guidance on that from DPI in terms of their position on it as well.
And that's what it was shared with me, that it was structured and it had lesson plans.
Ms. Walker.
I say, I appreciate Mr. Weber's response there. Although the state does give us the right as school boards to set instructional hours in a day, that is unique to North Carolina. That's so that's what I was saying about how it allows other districts to be able to try and make calendars work that don't necessarily meet what they want, which is ending in December. So we've got 2 calendars that were given to us that either says break the law or does not, really, line up with what our community absolutely wants, including a lot of members of the calendar committee, including a lot of parents, and obviously staff that want to send us calendars that try and address some of the issues, such as the imbalance in the semesters. Which I think, I was sent one, I think we all were sent the second one as well, which is called D. The difference is they just change the instructional hours in a day. Because the calendars we were given rely on the 6-hour day and do not include recess. And so when the information was sent to me regarding the accounting of how you add it all up, it did say K through 5 includes recess. Now, structure or not, that's I'm not saying it's neither here nor there, but it is definitely important because I think we were not including that in our instructional hours when we were given A and B. And even this C one, that's not with the, the attachment, but it is all on a 6-hour day. Does not include recess.
Ms. Barnhart?
I was like, so I want to reiterate, we had an issue with our dual enrollment students who, information given to us has been that most of them are taking their classes online. It's just a misalignment of start dates of college and now. And from more communication and collaboration within the district, next year is going to not be the good alignment year, but moving forward, it's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that we've collaborated and we're collaborating with CFCC and UNCW such that there's better alignment specifically for our dual enrollment students.
We actually have a meeting scheduled with CFCC. We have not with UNCW. We have very few students there, but CFCC, we do actually have a meeting scheduled in February to address the issues that we've started to talk about.
And that was roughly 1,100 students that were enrolled in that process. If we're going to consider creating a structured recess, meaning the teachers are submitting lesson plans for our K through 5 students, what we're saying to those teachers is now, hey, P.S. you're going to get to do extra work if we approve this calendar, because that wasn't presented to us by our committee. So I don't really know if we're allowed to even vote on approving a calendar that was not presented us to. But and I think the other question that comes into play by even having this discussion becomes, what is the point of our calendar committee? And I'm saying this in all seriousness. If we are going to entertain an idea from an outside source that we charge them to do a job with, are we saying that we as a board do not feel competent in our district's decision to put forth solutions? And I say this genuinely, and I'd love to have that question answered.
Ms. Bradford?
I just had a couple of questions. Mr. Weber, I don't understand when you say FTD funding formula?
Full-time enrollment.
Okay. I knew it was something real easy, but I didn't understand what it meant. Okay, and my other question is, on this structured recess, did we have time to do any look and see how many other districts are doing that, and is it working for them?
I can only go by, I reached out to DPI, and I know of one county that I've heard is doing that. That is all. It's not a common practice. Not from my counterparts, it is not a common practice.
Well, my observation right now is probably all across the state, there are school boards meeting this week stuck in the same dilemma we're in. Either that or they're stuck in the same dilemma. So I think that we'll hear the results when it's too late, because you want us to adopt this because you need to get to work. We get that. And so we're really in a hard spot.
Yeah. I can tell you, in my meetings, the only place that I've heard the structural recess was actually, like I said, I have heard that another county that borders us does this, but I have not heard anybody.
Can you say which county?
I've said it before. I hate to say it from here because I don't even know. It's really just what I've been shared with me that someone have heard of.
It's
when the board recess. When the board recess. Ms. Walker.
So we're getting in the weeds on this recess, whether it should be structured or not. If you ask a lot of teachers, it doesn't specifically say in any statute or any manual that it has to be structured. And I prefer to see things that are in policy or in writing that say what they're supposed to say. I feel like the feedback I'm getting from teachers is, if it's in the law that it's counted, that it should be counted as instructional hours, and I think that's what we should be looking at. I'm not advocating that we make them all submit lesson plans, because I feel like they're already doing a lot of work. Mm-hmm. And I just think for us, we really need to decide whether or not we're going to adopt A or B. If we're not, then we need to look at a different calendars, and we presented with the third. And we've been presented with a couple other ones. And if we're not ready to make a decision tonight, perhaps we do need to send it back to calendar committee. And I'm okay with doing that. I just don't want to make a decision that we're going to regret. And then we're also going to we're gonna have a lot of community members very, very upset with us because they have real stories to tell about, when we don't want to say 1,000 students doing online is not a big deal. I just feel like if we adopt a calendar that doesn't really address that, you're going to have people not want to enroll in dual enroll classes, and that's what we don't want either. So, I mean, I think it shouldn't be this difficult. I think that, I know some other districts manage to do it, and I think that we at some point need to decide if we're going to set for 6 hours, it's going to be harder. If we do it for a little bit more and include recess, then we can make a calendar work, I think.
Great, Bill.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt calendar A.
We have a motion to adopt calendar A. Do we hear a second?
I'll second it.
Barnhart seconds that. Is there any further discussion on that? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so a couple points is structured versus unstructured recess, I think, is an important issue. Unstructured recess, and Julie, probably might come into your realm, but that is the time where students get to take a brain break. They get to play, they get to interact with their friends, they're not having to, be graded, and the teachers aren't having to watch them in the perspective of how am I going to grade them. So that's one point. Point number two that I have heard from several high school teachers is that you know that if a student doesn't have any end of course tests, that they don't have to come to school. Now we know that we can't tell our kids not to come to school, but if they don't have any tests these next couple weeks, then they aren't coming to school, and they are free to take classes and start their classes at Cape Fear Community College, especially if they're online. And we have had an increase of enrollment with Cape Fear Community College classes over the course of years, and even with the calendar being just like it is, so we're not hindering them, and there are options to do that, for that. And I just think that we need to just adopt a calendar and move on, and then we'll work with our legislators on our resolution and just get going, and then hopefully next year will be better, because we really do have to make a calendar. I mean, it's due by April, but our staff has to start planning, last month.
Ms. Walker?
If A is adopted, we're going to have a lot of angry folks, and we don't sit up here. I don't have kids in the district anymore that have to deal with AP, that have to deal with dual enrollment. I don't have that, but there are a lot of people that do, and the overwhelming amount of people really want to end by December, and there are a lot of reasons why that is important. It's not just the dual enrolled kids, it's ending in December, and not requiring students to have to stress over the holidays and take their exams after Christmas. It's multiple things, it's not just the dual enrolled kids, and we shouldn't forget about them. 1,000, 2,000, whatever the number is, they are all important, and I feel like that the trend is to encourage it, and if we discourage it with a calendar that's not friendly to them, I don't care what's promised in meetings from Cape Fear or UNCW, it was promised last time and it's not happening, and I've had feedback that students are, the students where it really matters, the ones that push themselves very, very hard, it is very stressful, and we are talking about mental health. And I just think, adopting A is not it's not a solution, in my opinion, so.
Mr. McManus?
I'm not sure I can totally agree that of course I'm prejudiced because I was a high school principal, but I think it's just the fact of ending the first semester and everything goes with ending the first half of the year is as important a key as anything, not just the 1,100-1,200 students.
Yes.
The only kids at UCW are Isaac Bear kids, as I think that's well over the vast majority. I don't want to just settle on something so we don't have to talk about it anymore.
Yeah.
And we've all agreed to listen, and I think we've all agreed to try to limit the number of days. I don't have I should have brought it, I don't know why, I thought I did, the breakdown on A. What are the number of difference in the semester?
I have the information for you.
19, 20-something days?
So, calendar A, you have 89 and 86. Calendar B, you have 83 and 92. Calendar C, you have 78 and 97.
And calendar D,
Well,
those are them.
I would have to get Jason to talk about the hours with calendar D, because we'd have to.
I appreciate Ms. Barnhart.
Sorry?
I just feel like we need to involve the calendar committee and let them have another recommendation. And then we can go from there. They spent time, they put in, they made a decision. We find out, we just finished an ethics class.
If we're gonna throw this motion to the floor, we need to set up a very strict timeline for feedback from the committee. Because I think before I even got on the board, this was presented to you guys, the old board, to come for approval, and it's been kicked down December. It's January, we're going, and I understand it's not a big deal to you, but part of doing our job is ensuring that they're gonna be able to do their job successfully. And the shorter time that comes into play, the less likelihood they're gonna be able to do their job with fidelity of getting it into power system. And lastly, and I know I put this back to policy because I'd like to see some changes to it for 3300. I'm gonna read this because D would consider this, which we'd have to get approval from our calendar committee, whether or not they even want to let us to present it to us. But school personnel are encouraged to seek creative means of reducing transitional time and scheduling non-instructional activities. That is recess in our elementary school kids' classroom. So I'm going to stress the importance of that, ensuring that we are not putting more of a burden by creating mandatory lesson plans for our teachers during recess. I do not feel that is an appropriate solution to transition, to put more work on our teachers so that we can end in December.
Can I just add, I just want to ask, I would need Jason, if we are going to send it back to calendar committee, I would need Jason or the board to tell us what hours we're using. Because my research, I can't use the hours, the recess. I would have to say, Jason would have to, the board would have to tell me what hours you want to use, and we would, I don't know. I mean, because like I said, when I look at this information, when I reach out to DPI, I've been told I can't count recess, but I will do what the board chair says. And I know Jason says there might be a way we can, but I just would need some guidance in that to take that back to the calendar committee. Just want to make that clear. I just can't go back with them and we don't know how many hours we're counting. I would need the board to help with this, and I'll do it that way. I just need you to make that decision if you're going to send it back to calendar.
Whatever we do, I think we need in some shape, form, and or fashion to make sure the calendar committee has input. It was a big responsibility for them. They spent a lot of time. And I know it's a H of a situation. I think that group back there, I can't talk to them, but I guess I refer to them, or hear about the calendar, I believe, a lot of them. This is the one thing that is, the first time I've been on the board, that we've all agreed to support what our community is telling us. This is an opportunity to prove that we listen.
I agree. I would just need to know when I am standing in front of the calendar committee, I would just need them to know how many hours we're dealing. I totally agree with whatever you decide, but I would need your guidance on the number of hours. The calendar committee can't change that. I can't change that. You guys would have to tell us that. That's what I'm asking.
The one thing that I would share, because I was actually one of the principals that had the structured recess. And we actually, it wasn't a hand-in, a lot of principals don't require weekly lesson plans. They say, have it, I'll stop by your room, I'll see what's going on there. So I know there's a big concern about weekly lesson plans. And it also could be, a departmental thing. Fourth grade, this is our lesson plan we're going to do. And I mean, encouraging students to have a structure to recess. I mean, I remember I was out there a lot with recess. Sometimes students go and sit. And that's okay, but it is also supposed to be an active time for them. So there's a lot of pieces to fit. Why don't we all have one more comment and then we can vote, because we do have a motion on the floor.
I wanted to hear from Dr. Faust
I was going to say, yeah.
I just need, if you're going to send it back and you're going to do recess, you've got to change your policy. 3300 states that the instructional day includes only those hours a student is assigned to a teacher for primary purposes of instruction. Breaks in instruction day for changing classes, homeroom, lunch, pep rallies, and similar non-instructional activities are not part of the instructional day and may not be counted towards the minimum instructional hours required. So you'll have to change that before you can send it to the committee, so they won't violate your policy.
Well, and I would ask Ms. Grable, actually, SHAC talks about the recess being in instructional, not instructional time, but an active time. That's part of the.
No, SHAC does not. SHAC talks about the using your, we have to have the mandatory hours in the day and the week for middle school, elementary and middle school. But it talks about also the social emotional health of students, and unstructured recess playtime is one of the things that is on that list.
Okay.
But, and also too, to Dr. Faust's, oh, may I continue?
Yes, please,
Okay.
go ahead.
To Dr. Faust's point, in policy 3300, our policy also states that we will follow state law. So, you know, by adopting a policy, a calendar, we're violating our policy and the state law. And the one last point that I wanted to make was that I don't know about any of you guys, but I feel offended that I found out about this policy, this letter D, on social media. So somebody is putting stuff out there and encouraging people to respond to it. And to me, if any of us had anything to do with that, that's just irresponsible. Because I'm not saying any of us did, but to have something like that on social media, I mean, we got bombarded starting at about maybe 2 o'clock in the afternoon when some of us are out doing things. You know, we're living our lives, we're visiting schools, we're just, you know, walking our dogs, and we're not, you know, checking our email. So it's really too late, you know, to have something presented to us. You know, if it's that important, then folks need to come to the right channels. And I don't think it's fair for us to, fair is not the right word. I think it's up to our into our professionals to decide the number of hours that we use and how we assign those, because that's what you guys are trained in. And that's what your job is, that's what we pay you for. And we should be looking and observing. We've all heard, we all agree that the calendar should be, that we want students out before the holidays. There's no dissension on that. What it is we're caught in that dilemma of breaking the law and following our own rules. So until we have, you know, we can't keep waiving our rules, and we certainly can't break the law.
Right.
Thank you.
Ms. Barnhart, do you have anything else?
No, I do not.
Bradford?
I'm not offended by calendar D. I've been praying for a miracle that something would come up that would work. I have hope that that one might work, but I need more of your time into it and the calendar committee. I absolutely do not want to make you guys wait, and I'm in this really tough problem because I don't want to break the law, but I want the kids to get out by Christmas. So I agree with just about everything that's been said up here tonight, and I'm still in this quandary. So if there's any hope that calendar D could meet our needs, I don't have a problem with structured recess. While I have never taught in the public schools, I have taught. And I would not just send my kids out, you know, see you guys in 45 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever. I would structure it in some way, and I would be involved in it. So that part doesn't scare me so much. But I believe that the calendar is one of the most important things that we can do, and it affects every single one of those families because they have to plan for their children, they have to plan their vacations, they have to plan. So it doesn't just affect, you know, our 1,100 students, in my opinion. It affects every student in the school and all of their parents and grandparents. So I would be relieved, greatly relieved, if we did put this off, but it's got to have a very short window to put it off with a finite time limit, because I recognize that your planning is so critical. But the last thing I want to do is be sitting here in 3 months and have the uproar that you had last calendar, when they adopted quickly because of all these reasons, and it turned out to be a fiasco, a disaster. We can't do the disaster 2 years in a row.
Ms. Mason, do you have anything to share?
So I come at it from the perspective of, I teach some of these dual enrolled kids. This is a big stress on them. This is important for them. We want to keep them coming to these. They take this opportunity, and yes, it might be online, but there's still coursework. I know because I create the coursework, and it's not easy to have coursework that overlaps into a brand new semester. I don't feel comfortable with the traditional because of that reason, and I don't feel comfortable breaking the law. So I'm kind of at an impasse. I would like to push it back.
Mr. McManus?
Well, I don't want to be repetitive. My solution is we've involved everybody that we can, particularly the original committee for 2 years. 1 year, whatever, it was a negative, and then this year. So I say we go back to the calendar committee. Whoever shows up, shows up. At least we get the opportunity, and that makes our decision. I think there's some calendars floating around. There's so many, I don't even know what's going to happen, and I'm not sure the accuracy of any. But I feel like we still need to give them an opportunity to have input.
Ms. Walker?
So with all due respect, back to some of my fellow board members that think I don't care, that is absolutely the opposite. I actually care a whole lot, and I want us to get it right. Because I feel like after what happened this past year, the feedback we've gotten is clear to me what we really overwhelmingly want to do. And I think if we go back to calendar, we start with the ending in December and we work from there. However we can work it out. My goal, it's not for me, it's for the people that we represent. And I just think it's super important we get it right. And I'm not trying to stall it or make it longer. But we do have one chance to do it right, and I think that we should. And so if everybody's in agreement, I'm good with quickly going back to calendar committee and starting again. But I can't vote for calendar A or calendar B. I don't want to break the law, and I definitely want to listen to our community. So we're stuck. We've just got two choices. We're really stuck right now. And
We
I
had
think
calendar, she said, I'm sorry.
I need to make sure that we have a viable solution. And if we have, and last point I'm going to make is, we are approving the calendar, nobody else. The buck stops here. So if we're the ones approving the calendar and we have the chance to be a little flexible with instructional hours, whatever that looks like, then that's what we have to do.
Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask,
Yes,
I just want to make one point, so I want to just make sure I understand correctly. And I did not share this point with the board. That would be a little different than what D has for the hour. Excuse me. When we look at our schools, we have to go with the schools with the least amount of time, which is our elementary schools. Our elementary schools, for the most part, start at 7:50 to 2:30. We do have one who starts a little later and gets out a little later, but we could tweak that time to make them start 7:50 to 2:30. That would give us 6 hours and 40 minutes. We have to back out lunch. I think we all realize that. So I just want the board to know it would be 6.2. We will be 6 hours and 20 minutes. I think the calendar that is floating has something different. And we have to go, and Mr. Weber, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but everything that I've researched and seen is we have to go with the least one for the state to give them that. If I'm wrong, just please correct me.
And I'm sorry, in terms of the least one.
As far as, I can't say that we're going to school for 7 hours because high school goes for 7 hours and elementary only goes for 6 hours, 6 hours and 20 minutes. I have to, when I turn the calendar in, I have to turn the calendar in by the school, by the school that has the least amount of hours to get the calendar approved.
It's my understanding that that's how DPI interprets it, and how they would apply it if they were reviewing a school district. Compliance with the calendar law days and hours requirements. You know, the calendar law does give discretion to districts to establish a different instructional day, whether it's elementary, middle, or high school. But if they were to review the district's compliance, they might look at elementary being the least amount of time.
And the next thing that I was going to say before you pass, because what I need from you guys is we can go back to, I have no problem going back to the calendar committee. I want to get this right as well. I would love to make everybody happy. I need you to tell me, and Mr. Weber, I need to know what hours, how many hours are we counting, right? Because when I look at this from what I've researched and when I reached out, but you guys can decide something different. I can only count what it says. If you tell me something different, I can count something different. I mean, Mr. Weber, you can jump in. I don't know if that's correct, but I would need you to tell me if we're going back to the calendar committee and we're not doing 6 hours, how much time are we doing?
Okay. Ms. Bowie, if you would call the roll alphabetically, please.
Would you please restate the motion?
Absolutely. we had a motion to accept calendar A for next year.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Mr. McManus?
No.
Ms. Walker?
No.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
No. So I would entertain another motion at this point because calendar A is not passed. It was defeated 6-1, or 1-6, excuse me.
Let me see if I can get through this. I make a motion that we continue to consider options that bring us a balanced calendar, getting our kids out by Christmas and taking care of our dual enrollment students. That we send it back to the calendar committee, and they're to meet literally immediately. And they come back with a choice that meets those guidelines. And the hours, I'm going to depend on somebody else to tell me what they would be. Yeah.
You mentioned the 6 hours, 20 minutes a couple minutes ago. What was that? Was that leaving recess in, or was that taking
That's
it out?
leaving recess in, and then
That's
I would
leaving
need you to
recess
tell
in.
me, because remember, I've taken recess out, because that's what
Since
I
we
was,
want them to 6
my guidance has told me to take recess out, but if the board wants to keep recess, we know we can't keep in lunch, right? So 6.2 is the highest we can go. Now, we can increase the school day, well, I shouldn't say that, but I just need to know what you guys want me to do when I take back to the committee, because I don't have my calculator up here, so I don't even know what 6.2 will do, but I will tell you, it would change even D to make it harder, because it's not as much time in the day.
Mr. McManus?
When can we call a meeting? There's not a good day, I know that, but at least we're going to try.
I would say I would try, honestly, I would try to call it as soon as possible. Without looking at my own calendar and principals, trying to make sure, looking at the district calendar, because I want to make sure my principals have the opportunity to be there. I don't know. I don't know, sir. I would do it as quick as I feasibly could, but I don't know if that's next week. I can tell you it's not this week. I don't know if it's next week or the week after.
So, Mr. Wildebohr, before you restate the motion for us to vote, I would like to throw out there that, make a motion that we decide, are we talking structured recess or not structured recess? Because that is a very important point. So I would like to make a motion to not include structured recess.
Okay, well, we have a first motion here.
Or whatever, did I say that right? I want to make structured recess unstructured, so that therefore we would not count it in our instructional time.
You're trying to amend her because you would want.
No, she didn't even make the whole motion.
Yeah, I talked it
And
out.
Pete did, according to our rules, help me out, Mr. Weber, we can change the motion if the chair hasn't restated it and gotten a second, and we didn't have any of that. So I'm using that prerogative if I'm using it correctly.
Mr. Chair, I just got some information I think would be important for the board to hear. My colleagues just helped me here. If we did the 6.2, we all know we have to take out lunch. I think we all agree on that. That state is clear as day on that. If we did 6.2, and I'm not saying calendar D is the calendar, but calendar 6.2 with the 165 days, I think, pretty sure, that calendar D has, that would not give us enough instructional hours for the year. That would be 1023. If you will multiply 6.2 times 165, we get 1023 for my quick math. If you see something different, please just share. I'm just trying to figure it out.
I don't think that percentage is, because 20 minutes is a third of an hour, so it would be 6.33.
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
Correct.
so sorry, thank you.
Yes.
We were just doing quick math.
Mr. Wildebohr.
Ms. Walker?
May I just make, this does not have to be this hard. This is the thing that's killing me. I just feel like it doesn't have to be this hard. And As far as instructional hours today, like I've seen some schools that get, their hours are way more. And if we're just gonna go the minimum and pick one school that does the minimum, I just don't think that's fair to kind of count that. I mean, I know there's some schools that are 7:45 to 2:30 and some that are way earlier and some are a little bit later. I mean, if we're talking about instructional time, and I agree with Ms. Mason, the math is not.
It would be 10:39, you're correct, ma'am.
It is 6.33, which we were given a calendar that was 6.33 that did work. So I think this discussion should be happening at the calendar committee. That's what
If I could, Mr. Weber, I am correct that I think that's state law that we have to take the minimum. It's not the average, it's the minimum, correct?
Well, you said that, but.
In terms of calculating calendar law
instructional hours.
compliance, the instructional hours, like, are you asking for the number of hours in the statute?
Right.
Or for the manner in which DPI calculates compliance?
The manner. I believe it, I've always been told it's the minimum. So if one school goes 7 hours, another school, you know, and all the rest of the schools go 6, you have to go with the 6. It's not an average of the above, correct?
And that's my understanding of how DPI makes that determination, but I can't tell you that for sure without doing further research into it.
At this point, Ms. Craybill had a motion, and I did not ask for a second. I apologize for that. Ms. Craybill's motion was to not to count structured recess. Is there a second to that?
Well, and I'm sorry, quick procedural point. So I believe there's a motion on the table, and while it has not been restated or seconded under Robert's rules, another member could make suggestions with regards to the motion that's been stated. But right now, there's a motion on the table that has not, to my knowledge, been seconded.
Okay, so we'll take it back to Ms. Bradford's motion, and that was to send it back to policy.
Yes,
Calendar.
I will second that.
Okay, Ms. Mason seconds that.
And to clarify, it would have the structured hour, or the structured instruction.
Structured recess.
I can't talk. Structured recess.
Okay, and Ms. Craybill actually made what she thought was a motion, but I guess she was trying to amend, at this point would be an amendment.
All I'm trying to do is for us to be clear on what we're telling them to do.
Okay.
Because all we've done is say, send it back, we don't like it. Send it back, we don't like it. And so I want whatever the motion is, and I'm going to need it to be restated because it was about 3 sentences long. We need to give them very clear instruction. And we need to decide that tonight before the calendar committee meets. And so that has been our problem, is we haven't been clear on some of the minute details, because that's what we keep debating about. So that's my only point. So however we do that, if I need to amend her motion, but I'm going to need you to say it again, because, or maybe type it on the screen, because it is a really long motion.
Okay? See if I can do that. My notes. I make a motion to send it back to the calendar committee to meet immediately, to include structured recess, and to reach the 6.2 minute, excuse me, the 6.33 minutes. And
Hours.
Instructional hours.
And the instructional hours of 10:39?
Yes, 10:39.5.
10:39.
That's our minimum?
Well, if you do 100, the other calendars had 178 days. The calendar that you're referring to has 165 days, I think it is. And it takes away 13 days, but it gives you 33 extra minutes because it counts recess. So that would change it to 10:39.5.
Okay.
Sorry.
We have a first and a second to that. That would count. So, Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
In her first motion, she said balanced semesters, and she didn't say it in this one. So are you taking it out, or are you keeping it in? Because I heard your original motion to say, meet immediately, balance the semesters, get us out before the holiday break, and now we've added include structured recess and include 6.33 hour, use the 6.33 hours and I don't know I don't know what the 1029 is.
Mr. Chair, point of order. I think she did restate the motion. Whether or not Ms. Craybill disagrees with what was said the first time or not, doesn't matter. She restated it and had a second. So I just feel like we should go with that. Calendar committee is going to talk about this.
Okay.
I mean, why don't,
We have a first and a second. Can you say it one more time, please, so that we have it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I make a motion that we send this calendar request, debate, discovery, back to the calendar committee to meet immediately, to increase structured recess. To include structured recess to reach 6.33 hours, 10.39.5, with the goal of trying to balance, but we're going to trust the calendar committee.
Okay. And we have a second from Ms. Mason. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes. That passes 4-3.
I have a couple of questions to
Yes,
make sure,
please.
and I'm sorry, Chair. But I know the calendar committee is going to ask me what structural recess entails. I can only go by when I asked DPI, and it was lesson plans, and I heard the board said it was not. It was lesson plans tied to standards and goals. So I just need some clarity on that as far as the board. That's what I would have to say, because that's what I've been, so I just need some clarity on that. I also just want to point out to the board that if we did 6.33 with 165, that gives us 2 days and 2 hours if anything were to happen. We would have to go to makeup time. I just had to make those things clear, because those are things that I would make clear to the calendar committee. But the biggest thing of it is I need some clarity from the board what you want me to share structured recess is, because I can only go by from what I've been getting from DPI.
Well, Ms. Craybill.
It's your job to understand what structured recess means, and I value that opinion. And if DPI is telling you that structured recess required lesson plans, then I feel like we should go with what you know and what you've been told, because that's your job, not ours.
Yanni?
Yeah.
If there's a county doing it, I would ask them what they're doing. That'd be the first place I'd start.
I don't know if I don't know of a calendar. I can call the calendar I've heard. I can ask that question. I just still, though, if they're not doing it properly and DPI has shared with me what should be done, I still have to share that. I just want the board, unless you tell me otherwise.
Actually, after we get done tonight, I can give you a name, somebody in that calendar that would be the contact person that should be able to help you with that. And I definitely agree with Ms. Craybill that we trust that you will do the right thing, because obviously if the other group is not doing it properly, we don't want to mimic a group that's not doing it properly.
Yeah, I just know when we say structural recess and we say lesson plans, that changes things, and I just want the board to know that's what I've been shared. It's been shared with me from DPI. So that's what I have to share. I can call the other person, probably know who you're talking about because I talk to them sometime, and I can ask that question, but I just need the board to be aware of that, because I know that will probably be another thing that will be shared. And I'm sorry. I just want to be clear if we're going to go back to the calendar committee of what our charge is.
Thank you very much, and I do apologize for asking you to do that. Likewise, I do apologize to the next group coming up, because they've been here for a real long time, but I would ask the middle school athletic director group coordinators to please come forward and to speak. Appreciate you all being here tonight. I know you started very early this morning and it's rather late tonight, so I apologize for keeping you here this long.
Well, thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to advocate for ourselves. and speak tonight. My name is Kim Burkhart. I'm the athletic director at Trask.
Byron Hager, I'm the athletic director at Murray Middle School.
Albert Hobbs, Murray Road Middle School. Andrew Crew, Wilson Middle School.
And we're missing a couple of us, but in addition to us being athletic directors, we all have coaching responsibilities at our school and some high schools. So being displayed is a presentation that we created with some of our responsibilities and duties, along with our current New Hanover County Schools pay scale for middle school coaches and our athletic directors. And I want to start by saying we are incredibly proud of our middle school athletics, and what we run is some of the best middle school athletics in the state. We offer incredible opportunities in a number of sports to our student athletes, but I'll give ourselves a pat on the back. It's a testament to the hard work and dedication that we put in. And so up here we have some of the responsibilities that we have as athletic directors. The purchasing of uniforms, equipment, scheduling buses, games, officials, managing eligibility for all of our sports. So we run tryouts 4 times a year. We're actually running tryouts Thursday. I know personally I'm about to pump 150 athletes through the door at Trask, and some of these larger schools are pushing more numbers. But we do field maintenance because our games start at 4 o'clock, so we can't expect our classroom teachers who are coaches to come and line our fields. So we're doing that responsibility for them. We are game day administrators. We manage our coaching staff. We do the hiring ourselves, manage volunteer paperwork, make sure it's turned in properly. All of us work over the summer, but we are paid as teachers. We're full-time teachers. We've taken on the responsibility to be athletic directors, which is also a full-time job. You guys want to add anything?
Yeah, I'll interject real quick.
Okay.
Just as you look up there at some of our duties, I'll cut right to the chase. What is the ask? The ask is for an increase to the supplement that we get. Currently, it's $1,400 a year. If you took all those duties, we roughly did an hour count. The hour count of those duties a year is 425 hours. If you divided that by the $1,400, you would come out to $3.29 an hour to deliver what we think is the best middle school athletic program in the state.
So you're looking at our current pay scale. These are just some key highlights for that and some of the inequities within the pay scale that's been in place. So, like I said, we get $1,400 for the year. Our cheerleading coach, which we all were driving force for them to be recognized as a sport back in 2019. They weren't recognized as a sport in this county at the middle school level before we advocated for that. And they rightfully so. Our cheerleading coaches get $2,200 to work their seasons. Our football coaches, $1,200 to work a season, and a football assistant makes as much as a head coach for every other sport. So as you can see, we have a coach who, I will say this again, our cheerleading coach who's here supporting us athletic directors deserves that $2,200, but a coach should not be getting paid more money than an athletic director, especially when none of us were consulted on that pay increase that happened last year. So we do have some data from back to 2009. As you can see, there's been a $160 raise in the last 13 to 14 years to our middle school athletic director pay. In addition to that, our coaches have only seen a $150 raise in those 13 to 14 years. And our pay scale has been stagnant since 2015. And I'll add to that, we have added boys and girls cross country and recognized cheer, so just in the last 5 years. So we've added 3 sports, and we've been in the same spot since 2015.
I will say that even with the $1,400 we do get, a lot of us, I know myself included, there's been some years I didn't get paid because I'm either buying cleats for a child or an athlete who couldn't get it, or some type of pad to a cross stick, I can buy a pad out of my pocket. Because our budget, I don't have enough money in our accounts. Because once we get our budget and everything gets taken care of, our buses, everything else, we literally have about $1,200. Then once we buy paint for our fields, we're already in the hole.
So just a number reference, we run 13 sports teams, and the county provides $15,000 to run our 15 sports teams. And,
So-
yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And just like she was saying, I mean, we run a great sports program, and I'm one that I want all the kids to play if they can. And I've taken money out of my own pocket, and again, there's been years I haven't been paid because I would take that money and I'd buy cleats, or I would buy a stick for lacrosse so some athlete would benefit from it, especially with grades and stuff like that, to get into a sport. So we do spend a lot of our own money that, we don't even account for this.
So we've been advocating for this for a pay increase, at least all of my time that I've been an athletic director, so about 4 or 5 years. I know they have done it prior. They've been in the game a little bit longer than I have. But we went and did the data, and we figured out what surrounding counties are paying, but they're not coming close to what we're offering for our students. The number of sports opportunities, if you look right next door in Brunswick County, they even fund assistance. But you can see kind of what's going on in some of the other counties around us and how we're behind.
And I will say for most of us, and we're working full-time hours for these positions. We're working most of my planning, and I'm a tested subject. I'm ELA now. So I'm actually spending a lot of time after school and after at home just doing this athletic responsibilities. And I mean, I love doing it. I love the kids, but at some point it's a lot of stress.
Mm-hmm. But we love what we do. We have coaches that deserve to be paid more and coaches that support us, that are here behind us, staying here until almost it's 10 o'clock at night, who support the work that we do and the opportunities that we provide for our kids. I can personally say that who I am as a person is because of the opportunities I was given as an athlete, the opportunities I had to play in school teams, and we want to provide that same opportunity for our kids. Do you guys have any questions?
Do we have any questions
for
from
us?
the board? Ms. Walker?
Yeah, I would, thank you very much for coming. I know this is a bit of a hard decision to do, and I'm glad that you're here advocating for yourself, and we certainly want to be mindful of that and listen to what you have to say. Can you speak a little bit to the value that the middle school athletics has for students? I know that there's a lot, but I would love to hear, what you feel.
Yeah, I mean, in New Hanover County, at the high school level, we've got some of the best sports programs in the state, produce state champions yearly. At the middle school level, we really lay that foundation. We get the kids acclimated to what it's like to be a student athlete, the expectations on grades, behaviors, that you're monitored during your in seasons, you're monitored during your out seasons. And it's just a large part of a school community. Athletics really is, whether you're playing or whether you're a fan watching. We have hundreds of students try out for sports. We have hundreds of students and parents come and watch our games. So we're proud of what we've done. We think we are an integral part of a functioning school system. So that's why we're standing here before you tonight.
And add on what Coach Hager says, some kids just come to school for sports. I mean, they use the sports to actually come to school to actually do their work. So, all of us, we try to push that. We want these kids to come to school. We want these kids to play a sport, to actually, pull their grades up, to actually show responsibility, to show, be a good citizen, just to represent our school in any type of way we can.
I want to say thank you for coming out tonight. I know the value added, and I wholeheartedly support an increase in pay for you guys, and I appreciate you coming out because we're about to be talking about the budget, and so being intentional with the line items. I also want to share that this was something that our central office staff did present to the last board, that with intentional conversations about budget elsewhere, unfortunately cut you guys. And so I want to give nod and acknowledgement of that they do see the value add that you bring to this community. And so I definitely think it's going to be a continuum as we look forward to make sure that we're treating you guys with respect for the value that you bring to our students.
Thank you.
Mr. McManus.
Sorry you had to wait so long. But if you're bored, you can stay and watch the rest of it. I don't want you to miss any of it. I can only speak for myself, but I think we all hear you. I was at Trash for 7 years, female athletic director. But I took the honor. Back to what I've said twice tonight already. We're only as good, successful, discipline, academics, perception of schools as those we work with. And so we need to listen to you. I'd be lying if I didn't tell you everybody wants a piece of the budget. And so, but I think these numbers are worse than I thought.
Yeah, and I think that's just our
Exactly.
goal, to show you.
These numbers are pitiful. Now, that doesn't mean you get it, but I think we're all listening to you, and you'll be right up there at the top of the priority list. We have to. And hopefully the county commissioners will understand the need for how all this plays into the success of our schools individually and, you know, in a composite arena. So I can't thank you enough for what you do and for coming tonight.
I want to echo everything that's been said. Thank you. Thank you for the success you bring to our school district. It has not gone unnoticed.
We're all gonna say the same thing, you know, that we're gonna support you. It has to be, you know, folded into our budget discussion, and paying one group more or paying anybody more takes away from something else. So that is going to be a big balancing act. But I do want to speak to your point about athletics is important to some students, so much the fact that even just gets them to school. Our whole middle school lacrosse program was started on that premise. It was an after school, you can play if you do your work. So that is not lost on me, you know, that whole benefit too. So just know that we're gonna try. It's gonna be up to, you know, our senior staff, you know, to look and make some hard choices. But thank you for being here and doing what you do and working the extra hours, and, you know, practice hard, play hard. Yes.
I just want to echo, I think, to be clear, we all think our worth is our current athletic supplement each quarter, because we are doing that amount of work and then some. We just want to be respected and recognized and realize that you have 7 incredibly dedicated athletic directors that provide opportunities for our students, and we just hope that you see our worth and compensate it appropriately.
Well, and again, I'm not going to say the same thing as everybody else said, but I thank you, number one, for staying very late tonight, but also for everything you do, because, you know, I used to be in your shoes, so I definitely appreciate each and every one of you, and we're going to do our very best for you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will carry on, and the next one is me. It's going to be very short. I'm going to make a motion right off the front end, and we'll go from there. I move that we send Policy 2230 back to Policy Committee for the purpose of establishing a uniform application for joining committees, establishing numbers of committee members, number of years committee members serve, and a timeline for joining the committee. So I'll restate that. I make a motion that we send Policy 2230 back to the Policy Committee for the purpose of establishing a uniform application for joining a committee, establishing numbers of committee members, number of years committee members serve, and a timeline for joining committees. I've talked about this for 2 years. I think this is a very important thing. I've had people ask me, hey, I want to join X, Y, or Z committee, and we ask, how do you do that? You know, some committees you're on for a year, some committees you're on for multiple years. I think it needs to be uniform. I think we need to have a uniform timeline. You know, I would suggest the beginning of the school year, but that's up to the policy committee. I'm not giving them any further. So I'll make that motion. Would anybody second that, please? Ms. Bradford seconds that. Is there a further discussion? Yes, Ms. Craybill.
Yes, before I offer another motion on top of that, is that I think we'd be better served not to have the policy committee decide this, but to have someone take the lead and pull together all of our committee chairs and our subject matter experts so that they can give input on what that looks like. Each of the different, and that has been my stance all along, is that as soon as we get our committees established, which took us 6 months to even get this policy changed, is that we need input, not the policy committee, to decide that. I think that we need our subject matter experts over here and the people that work for them and the board committee chairs to be heavily involved in that and not the policy committee.
Okay, so are you making
Yes, I would like to amend your motion to establish an ad hoc committee that works with the committee chairs and subject matter experts to develop the membership information in letter E of policy 2230.
Okay, we have an amendment. So is there a second to that amendment? Okay, without that, that is defeated. So we go back to the original motion. Is there any other discussion? If not, Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
Ms. Bradford?
Aye.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. McManus? And Ms. Walker?
That motion passes 6-1, so we'll send policy 2230 back with that caveat. We are now on D, which is policy 3620. Ms. Bradford, you asked for discussion on this.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for the purpose of discussion, I move to rescind the motion adopted on June 8, 2021, waiving the first reading on policy 3620, extracurricular activities and student organizations, which was on the June 8, 2021 agenda for a first reading. It passed by a 4-3 vote over the repeated stated objections that it violated board policy.
I second it.
We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Walker?
Can we be a little more specific about what this refers to? It kind of seems a little hidden about what it means. I mean, you're saying go back to a certain date and time where it was first reading was waived, and on what specifically? I would like to know.
Yeah, can you state that?
Not restating it, because I understood what you meant procedurally. I just feel like it was passed by the board, and in order to rescind a policy that we've passed, I'd like to know what the change is supposed to be.
Well, I believe, that, as I remember, the change was the addition of...
The motion is to discuss it.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. Does that not then move
You
into
said you
discussion?
voted to rescind. The motion was to rescind, correct? Is that
was a
not
motion.
true?
Right.
Yes, I've made a motion so that we can have discussion.
Okay, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to clarify exactly why we were trying to rescind this policy that's been passed by the board.
Yes, we'll talk
Okay,
about it.
yeah. I was just checking to see if we're ready to talk about it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm quite aware of the time. At this board's May 11 policy meeting, 3620, extracurricular activities and student organizations, was moved forward with amended language by the policy committee to be placed on the June 8, 2021 regular meeting for a first reading, and it went through the policy committee on a 2-to-1 vote, Wildebohr dissenting. Then next, on June 8, 2021, in a 4-3 vote with Ms. Craybill, Mr. Wildebohr, and Mr. McManus voting no.
No,
That's
I
not
did not
correct.
vote no to that one.
Yeah, it was to waive the first reading. You did vote no to that.
I think you mean it was Mr. Boyer, because he's the one that brought that up to waive. And he did it remotely. I remember that meeting specifically.
But you voted against it.
You
so
voted
which is
against it, ma'am.
Voted against what?
To waive it.
To waive, because it voted.
Right, because I don't like to waive policies.
Right, and that's my point. We spend so much time going through the minutia of Robert's Rules of Order and getting things right. And that night, we got it wrong because we waived a first reading on an important thing. And it was 11:45 at night, check your record. And I believe that that the actions of the board procedurally were incorrect. So I am asking to rescind the waiving of that first reading and then consider the amendments that were up for policy 3620.
Can I ask a question of our attorney? As I read our policies, if someone is not at a meeting, and then they zoom in and then they zoom back out, that is against our policy, correct? So basically, if somebody was not here, they were out of state or whatever, and they zoomed in just to be part of a discussion, and then they zoom back out, that also violates our policy, correct?
Remote participation is governed by policy 2302. Remote participation is governed by your board policy 2302. There is a section, I'm scrolling to it now, on conditions and requirements for remote participation. That's in section C. And I'm sorry, I'm catching up here. In section C5 states that a board member participating in a meeting remotely shall use his or her best efforts to participate in all or as much of the meeting as circumstances permit, and not merely for the closed session portion of the meeting or a limited number of agenda items. There is, if your question is whether a member can zoom in for one item only, again, C5 encourages or requires members to use their best efforts to participate in all or as much, and not merely for a limited number. There's also a procedure in section D, which states that a member of the board who desires to participate in a meeting remotely shall notify the board chair and superintendent at least 4 hours in advance of the meeting so that the necessary arrangements can be made. I think from a procedural standpoint, board members, I hear you that you're tired of hearing about Robert's rules. But, so the motion on the table that's before the board was stated as a motion to rescind. So that motion under Robert's rules, the intent of that is to cancel a previous board action. And I am looking for a little bit of clarity on, is it to cancel the waiving of the first reading?
Yes, sir.
But not a motion to, so I was not present at this meeting. My understanding is so there must have been a motion to waive the requirement for first reading followed by a motion to amend the policy itself. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay, so the motion that's standing before you now, that's been moved and seconded, it's to rescind the board's action in June to waive first reading.
Correct.
It does not rescind the subsequent board action that would have approved the policy change. Okay.
Mr. Chairman. Correct a procedural error at this particular moment.
Ms. Craybill.
So waiving of a policy is not a procedural error. We are allowed to do that. And it is my recollection that Mr. Boyer was on the meeting, his picture was up in the corner, up until, I mean, I don't remember when he signed off, but he was definitely in there for the beginning part of the meeting.
I didn't bring up Mr. Boyer.
I know, I'm just talking about procedural, because we didn't do anything wrong. We are allowed to waive first reading. But what I want clarity on before we vote is if we rescind the first reading, does that just put it back into the policy queue for a second reading? It's not taking away, or we've already adopted it. So what does that do? What are you trying to do? Get rid of the policy? If that's the case, it should go back to policy committee for another discussion. So I'm unclear as to, if you waive the first reading, what good does that do us? Because we haven't waived, we're not changing the policy. So I don't understand what you're trying to do. I mean, I do understand what you're trying to do, but I think that it would be better if we said, I would like to pull this policy out and send it back to the policy committee. We have a whole new policy committee with all the people on it that are going to make the change that you want. So I think that we should follow that rule instead of trying to rescind a waive. That's my opinion. Before, nobody seconded it yet. So before we second it, I think that.
Yeah, it was seconded.
We did second it.
We did? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I think the other people should know what happened.
And just as my recollection, and you were here too, so I disagree, unfortunately, with you, Mr. Crable, on that, that Mr. Bullier actually joined the meeting for that vote. He came in at the last second. He was the fourth vote to waive the policy, and then voted, actually was the one who made the recommendation for the changes, and then he said, I'm out after that, and left. So, and that's, that's either here or there, but that's.
So regardless, I think we have heard that I don't think we've had a violation of our policy. I mean, we can go back and forth and go back at the tape and look at it, but I think we've passed the policy already. I agree with Ms. Crable in this instance. If there's a policy you guys don't care for, then bring it up in policy committee and then bring it to the board again for a vote. I don't think trying to do it on a technicality is going to, I don't think it's procedurally correct, and I think it's been in adoption for over a year now. So, I mean, I think that's the way it should be done, and I don't think we did anything wrong as a board the last time. So I'm gonna just disagree.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
as far as point of discussion, it's to my knowledge that no one is utilizing this policy as it's written, and so as sense of urgency, it becomes to change it while there are students utilizing this policy would not be appropriate. And please jump in if I'm misspeaking in that realm. But because we do not have anybody that is utilizing these qualifications, that is why a faster turnaround for a change would be something for discussion versus going through the policy.
Ms. Craven?
So I beg to differ that we have 25,000 students or 13,000 students that are utilizing this policy, because the policy is extracurricular activities. And that includes all students in all clubs. So we probably do have 25,000 students, because I just think this is a backdoor attempt for you to take away the rights of transgender students and to not provide equal opportunities for all of our students. And I was going back through my notes, and we are going to be violating Title IX laws if we take that out. And I was looking at my notes from lots of different things. I've been to so many seminars and webinars on this, that the new law is unclear about athletics, but it is very clear that we have to provide equal opportunities for all of our students, no matter what your thoughts are on transgender. So if that is what you want to do, then say it out loud and don't backdoor us. I think that we need to be clear with each other and straightforward. We're coming to the board norms, where we're going to agree in just a minute, I hope, to not surprise people and not backdoor people, and that's exactly what this is. And it's just not right.
Ms. Walker?
I mean, the last thing I'm going to say is I have to agree wholeheartedly, Ms. Craybill. I feel like if the attempt is to try and change the policy that we passed in regard to the transgender students we have in our county, I'm never going to be on board with it, one. And two, if that is the case, then send it back to policy and let the process play out and let everybody speak their mind on what they really want to do with this policy. I'm never going to be on board with any discrimination against children, especially transgender kids who already have it hard enough. And I think the reason why we worked hard well, I wouldn't say work hard, but to put this policy in place was to be mindful of all the children in this county and say they do exist and they are human and they have a right. And so if you guys want to do that, send it to policy and have a discussion.
Okay, we have a first and second in front of us. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. McManus, I didn't see your hand up. I apologize.
So what are we voting on?
Restate the motion, yeah.
To rescind.
The motion is to rescind the motion adopted on June 8, 2021, waiving the first reading on policy 3620, extracurricular activities and student organizations. It was on June 8, 2021 for the first, it was on the agenda for the first reading. That is my motion, that's where we are right now.
Okay, we have a second. First and second, Ms. Bowie.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No. No.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes. That passes 4-3.
Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes, ma'am.
I move to now consider the proposed amendment language in policy 3620, extracurricular activities and student organizations, proposed at the May 11, 2021 meeting, policy meeting, and move forward with the amended language to be placed on the June 8, 2021 calendar. I move it to be in the first reading, I move it for consideration now.
I don't understand.
I don't understand that.
Yeah.
I don't
State
either.
that, please.
What was to be on the agenda for a first reading and a second reading, waive the first reading, and you move forward with the second. So now we've rescinded that first, so the policy is now up for a vote.
This would be our second reading.
That's what my motion is, dear.
Okay.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes, ma'am.
So, just to be clear, when we were going through our policy manual, when we have a new policy, you have to have a first and a second reading. When you are amending an existing policy, we do not have to have a first and second reading. All we have to do is go through once. So what we've just voted on is really moot, because we don't have to do that. We just did it because we wanted to be thorough. So I just wanted to make that point out. And again, I have to say, this is a backdoor effort of not being a team player. You added it to the agenda without telling anybody. We don't have our Title IX coordinator here. I don't know if anybody, this is not my place, Dr. Faust would have to assign someone to talk about this, but we haven't given our staff an opportunity to even talk about this. We haven't given our Title IX coordinator, who we hired specifically to make sure that we don't break the law. You're worried, we're worried about breaking calendar law, but we're not worrying about breaking discrimination laws. I'm having a stroke right now that this is the beginning of the end, where we're gonna backdoor each other every single meeting, and I think we need to check our conscience. It's just not right.
Mr. Chair, I don't really understand what we're doing here. I feel like if the goal was to rescind a policy that several board members didn't like, was that not done? And what is this next motion? I don't understand what we're doing. I really, really don't. I need clarity.
Mr. Weber, please.
So the board just considered and approved a motion to rescind a previous board action waiving the requirement that policies be, first reading and a second reading. That was approved just now. That action does not then also rescind the subsequent action at that previous board meeting, in which the board, I was not here, I assume ultimately approved a change to policy 3620. So where the board is now, policy 3620 remains in effect as written and as approved by the board in June. There have been no changes to it. Procedurally, I apologize, Ms. Bradford. From a procedural perspective, the board's policy governing how policies are developed, it's policy 2410, policy development, adoption, and review in section C, to Ms. Crable's point, states that the board may revise or rescind an existing board policy only by majority vote. If a proposal to revise or rescind a policy is included in the published meeting agenda, the board may take action on the proposal at that board meeting. If, however, a proposal to revise or rescind a policy is presented at the board meeting as an addendum to the published agenda, the board will not take action on the proposal until a subsequent meeting. So if a member now wanted to propose an amendment to or a rescinding of policy 3620 by your own policy 2410, the board would not be able to take action on it until a subsequent meeting February or later. That's a
So at this
procedural
point then,
consideration for you.
As Ms. Walker said, probably the best thing to do would be to make a motion to send it back to policy. Okay.
Ms. Walker, Ms. Bradford would have to rescind her motion.
Well, actually, you didn't get a second.
Okay, then thank you.
So would someone like
I
to make?
move to move, I move to move policy 3620's amendments from that night back to the policy committee.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second. Further discussion? Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Weber, do we move to send the amendment back, or do we move to send the whole policy back?
Either would be an option for the board, whether the board now wants to direct the calendar committee to review the policy as a whole, or just to review the previous action and the amendment that occurred in June. It would be at your discretion.
Okay,
I would
thank
like
you.
and I would like to remind the board that we did have a discussion of this in November without said members here, including the Title IX director. So it's not like it's the first time that's happened, but I'll leave that alone. We have a first, did we get a second?
Yes.
Second on it? All,
Can you restate the motion, please, sir?
I'm sorry?
Can you just restate, I'm sorry to
The
ask.
motion is
but-
to send policy 3620 amendment back to policy committee for further discussion. First and second, all probably needs to do it by roll.
Yeah.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Aye.
Ms. Bradford,
Aye.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
No.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
and Ms. Walker.
No.
Passes 5-2. We'll carry on. New business, budget, board budget priorities.
I have a short activity I would like for the board to participate in as a way for us to be able to know what your priorities are as we're starting to develop the budget process. And so, as you can see, I've got poster boards behind me and behind you. And we've got listed on each poster board one goal that came from our strategic plan. You have at your seat cards with your name, and they're each marked priority 1 through 6. And so what I would like for you to do is to take your card and stick it to each poster. So one card on each poster, and it needs to, whatever your priority is, goes to that poster. So does everyone understand the activity? Okay. All right, so if you guys could do that for us, that would be great.
Here we go.
You're way on the end, Chris.
I'm sorry. I was just putting my name down.
You're at your desk. Yep.
Oh, is that what those are?
You're good. Sorry, keeping you all up late. Past my bedtime.
Children keep calling.
I'm sure my eyes are red.
Oh, mine. All right. Next thing is me again. All right. What I could do is take advantage of my time and sign some of these. I'm real doing stuff. It is right now still. And 23. That's it. Oh, you gotta sign this too. I was handing it. Oh, it's got your name on it too. Okay, I didn't see that. That's all. Just one thing to sign. This one. It's all paper. Okay. Yeah. Sign it. There's a check underneath it. I want you to sign it too. That's right.
Before I think we should go to closed session.
Yeah, for at least 2 hours.
He's like, it's right here.
Card.
Feeler.
That's why we put your names on them this time.
We had to go back and read.
So we said, no one can leave until we all cards. You have to have 7 cards.
Hugo.
No, I put the wrong, I wasn't paying attention on my number, I had to go back and pull them off and re-stick.
Okay, we will carry on, I think. Is
Yep,
that?
I appreciate your help.
Oh,
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We are going to carry on with board agenda review. Mr. McManus? Mr. McManus, could you join us, please? Thank you. I'm sorry. He's distracted here.
Back to the ranch.
And we're just going to keep running forward and see what happens. I would like to make a motion. I move that we add a discussion of, excuse me, no, I don't. That's already done that. Yes, it's been a long day. Sorry about that. I'd like to discuss, at this point, we added this in. We'd like to discuss moving our board agenda review from a closed session situation or a not open situation to an open meeting where we could have the whole board there, and then we can move right behind that to a closed session to make us not be here until 11 o'clock on nights like tonight. I do know that the county commissioners, as well as the city council, use that model. It's something that would be flexible, so if we tried it for a couple months and it did not work, then we could always go back. I mean, it's not something that would have to be set in stone forever. I think it would be a positive move so that everyone can get things on agenda as needed. That way we wouldn't have to try to have a lot of other things going on. We also would need to have after discussing this with Dr. Faust, we would need to have the ability to have an emergency closed session at the beginning of our meeting if we so needed. I'll make that motion.
I second it.
She seconded, so Ms. Bradford seconded. Mr. McManus, yes, sir.
None of us on our third year on the board, and we've had this discussion about lengthy meetings.
Mm-hmm.
And what's my favorite saying about this time of night?
We don't play well.
We don't play well.
Yeah.
We've laid it on the table before.
Mm-hmm.
If we're gonna meet earlier, the time said, I have no problem with it. But that's not gonna change if we come in here 4, 5, whatever, and still stay.
Mm-hmm.
We have to make a commitment. First, is to keep them here.
Right.
I think a lot of people stay no matter what time, but they don't need to be here all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, we make them stay just in case we have to have a question that comes into their territory.
Right.
But this is getting ridiculous.
I agree.
It's unacceptable.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, this would actually have a second meeting, so we would have an extra meeting, but it would be a very short meeting.
There's got to be a commitment involved in that, that after so much time, we lay it on the table.
Right.
Which to me means we take it to the next meeting.
Right. And we could, right.
Because this is ridiculous.
I agree.
Are
Yes.
we in discussion?
Yes, we are.
In terms of discussion, this would take the closed session 90% of the time off the board meeting. So bam, you've lost an hour. And it would also possibly stop any bickering that goes on in amending the agenda. So let's pick up 15 minutes there. And if we've had a chance to discuss what's on the agenda in a less formal setting, perhaps these long drawn-out debates, we'll call them, discussions, friendly conversations, would be shortened. The goal is to probably strike 2 solid hours off the monthly meeting by trying this. If it doesn't work, we'll try something else. But my commitment is to shorten these meetings and to streamline things, and I think this is a good way to try it. And that's what the county does, and that's what the city does, and it works for them. If you've ever been to a county commission meeting, I mean, you sit down, you spread your stuff out, and it's just about gone. It's done. They really know how to get a meeting to go.
Yeah, I like the idea of doing that, but here is my concerns, is that we are only moving the conversation of adding things to the agenda from one meeting to the next. Because we added this whole last thing about policy 3620 took us about 25 minutes that we didn't have to add. And it took us about 10 minutes to get the agenda changed. So and if you noticed on 2 of our items, there's nothing written on there about what we're going to discuss. One of them being discipline. There was nothing on there on what we're going to discuss about discipline. And then on the one that you brought up about board committees, Mr. Wildebohr, it says the board will review board committees. It doesn't say that the board will talk about policy 2230. So if we're going to change our format, then we have to commit also to having accurate information on there, and maybe we just need to talk about that at the closed session. But I don't think it's going to change anything about our debating on what goes on the agenda. We're just going to move it from one meeting to the next. But I can go with trying.
Anyone else? Okay. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 7-0.
When does that start?
We would start that in February.
The agenda review in February.
Yes, correct. And next, we will have the board norms, which Ms. Craybill has added. Ms. Craybill?
Yes, so we talked about this a little bit at the retreat, and we really didn't talk about it. I just threw out some ideas, and it looks like they were all accepted. The one thing that was changed from my suggestions, where I had said, be transparent in our actions by not surprising the board chair and each other at the last minute at meetings, in the media, and/or on social media, which all of that happened this week. The board norms that Mr. Wildeboer has put before us just says, in the event of agenda changes, notify the board chair and each other as soon as possible. And I'm not really talking about agenda changes. I'm talking about surprising each other, like somehow that calendar got on social media. Tomorrow, we know some of us are going to be on the radio or in the newspaper. So I just feel like we need to be committed to making that just a little more definitive. But I really think that we need board norms, because tonight, if we had adopted these in the very beginning, then we wouldn't have even had some of the discussions that we had. But I want to make a motion that we accept these board norms as a working document for us.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Walker?
Ms. Crable just make a motion.
She did.
I did. I made a motion to accept the board norms that Mr. Wildeboer,
As a working document.
as a working document that will be housed in our archive of documents.
So norms are not policy, we're just hoping.
Norms are not
these great.
policy, they're just-
Okay, I will second then.
Yeah.
Second, Ms. Walker. Any further discussion? If not,
The
Oh,
only
sorry.
thing that I would like to see added, I think I gave you this feedback, is, we had talked about we are individual people, but coming together as the collective whole. So once decisions are made, I have some that I voted against in some situations tonight. We're walking away as a team of this was the decision of the board, and to respect the decision of the board. Not, everybody is rightfully so going to give their speeches of where they feel on those situations, but as we walk away from decisions, this is as a collective whole, and so I think that we should do that to the best of our ability too.
okay, do you want to make an amendment? there, or you-
It's part of the working document. I would just say, once a decision is made, that the board, individual board members will not negatively talk about a decision made that the board
We'll respect the.
will respect the decision. Well, that's a great, respect the decision of the board.
Mr. Chair.
Are you okay with?
I was going to say, I am okay with adding that in, into the, if we add them now, my motion doesn't change.
Okay, all right, we
Mr.
can add that.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Walker?
I'm not really sure what that means. I don't think anybody wants to be negative, but we're going to have disagreements of opinion. And I think as First Amendment rights that we have, we can voice that opinion. And I understand that decisions are going to be made by a majority of the board, but there are certain things that are going to definitely come up that I'm going to have a differing opinion on. So people are just going to have to be okay with that. If it's my opinion, then it's my opinion. So I don't know if that has to be a norm. I just. Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks, Eva.
Ms. Bradford?
Somebody clarify for me what a board norm is, what a working document is?
Do you not have any of those in your company, like standard, like an HR procedure, how we treat each other, what we can do and not do?
I don't have anything labeled a working document, no ma'am.
Okay, so let me look up real quick, if you would, the definition of a norm.
In my business, we all treat each other respectfully and professionally at all times, period, so some of this to me is just, it's just common sense. It's how you are. I don't think it needs to be a policy. I don't think it needs to be a document. I think we just need to try really hard to be nice to each other.
I think it's just, as a new board coming together, I think we're collectively setting the tone of how we treat one another. As a classroom teacher, that's what you do. You go over the rules of what the expectations are, and you walk through it with your students to say, this is the expectation when we're here. And so that's what this document says to me. This is the expectation as we work together.
And if I can piggyback on that, a lot of times with classrooms, you actually, bring everybody together to make that decision, so it's not like the teacher stands up in front of a classroom and says, these are the rules you're going to follow. A lot of times, especially older children, you can have them be part of that discussion.
But we're not children.
I know.
But we can act like children very quickly, and we can not work collaboratively. And so all I want is for us to make a conscious decision that we will do all of the things on here. And so that we can avoid some of what just happened tonight. And you
All
can
right.
look, you can Google board norms to do that. But I also just wanted to make sure that we didn't have these for the past 2 years, and we tried at like 4 different meetings, and we imploded. We can't afford to do that again. We have to set expectations. Dr. Faust sets expectations of his staff. He has expectations of us. We have expectations of him. We should have expectations of ourselves. And I do recall talking about that at our board training on successful boards.
Ms. Mason?
Would the public have access to these, to be able to see these?
Yeah, I don't even mind posting them. We can
Okay.
put them on the dang door.
So what
Yeah.
I would propose is that, or not propose, but say is that we're making it transparent to the public. We're saying this is what we are expecting of ourselves, and we are telling the public, and they're gonna hold us accountable, and I think that that is a good thing.
And they should.
So we have a motion and a second. Do you, do that hand up for? that
Yeah,
hand up?
it
I'm
is.
sorry.
Well,
Who's going to speak there? Ms. Walker?
yes, sir, thank you. I will just say, as a person that has been on this board for 2 years, and I will say again, like I did at the retreat, thank you very much. Sorry. I think that, it's fine to have norms, but people have to practice what they preach as well. And I feel like that did not happen in the last 2 years. And if someone's going to say to me, I would like for you to act this way, then, that works both ways. And I think that should go without saying, but I have to say it because my experience has been different to what we're trying to say we're doing. And I agree, we are adults, so I think we are responsible for our own actions.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Mr. McManus, you are going to say something.
I like what you're saying, but let's just be honest. Someone said you'd be on the radio, TV, and in the paper. Some of you, the camera's gone, I'm surprised. Usually people run right up, there's one or two that'll go to the camera, they say something. If they disagree, you're gonna say it. How it comes out, that's the thing. You're gonna be on radio, you're gonna ask me questions. I mean, that's gonna be very hard for everyone to measure or to weigh. But it's reasonable.
And I'll be honest, look at schedule appointments with principals when you want to visit. I can guarantee of the 7 of us, not everybody's going to do that. It's just
Not do what?
schedule appointments with the principals when you want to visit schools.
If you're not a threat, you don't have to have an appointment.
But
That's
you're
a
saying
rule.
you want this to be your working document rule, your guiding document.
Well, I think the first time maybe.
It's
but yeah.
a good recommendation, but every school I've been in, I've asked the principals what they want me to do.
Well, you heard him tonight, Mr. Diaki even said, come to me anytime. Yes, ma'am.
In our board training, one of the things they talked to us about was how disruptive a board member can be to a building showing up. That was my only thought process on that. And to Ms. I want to compliment Ms. Barnhart. She was on the radio this morning, and she started off her interview with, I just want to let you know that these are my thoughts and not those of the board. And I think that the point you were trying to make, maybe not, is that even though a 4-3 vote is an ouch, because it means that we're not united, it has to mean that we are united. We are not ever not allowed to say, I disagree with that decision, but I will work with the board to continue to make progress. So I think that's what you were trying to say, is that there's going to be a lot of times when we differ, but we can't go out and trash each other and trash our board and trash our superintendent and trash our senior staff and our principals because we don't like how they do discipline, because we don't like how they set classroom expectations. We have to commit to trying to make our school system better and believing that it is good. That's all that I was trying to do, and I think that's what you were trying to say, is that freedom of speech is not being stifled here. It's just think before you speak. I guess maybe if we want to put that in there, we can.
Were you referring to my...
Mr. McManus?
Discipline?
Mr. McManus, did you want to say?
No, I was not.
Because
Was not.
I've never gone to school in my life and said anything negative to her.
No, and I wasn't implying you.
I'd like to
So-
call
so
the
don't put my
question,
words in-
please.
All
I
right,
would
we
like to
got several
call the
people talking
question.
here. I'm sorry?
I'd like to call the question.
Yeah, yeah.
I know
yeah,
that's not
okay.
exactly what I'm supposed to
Well, let's go ahead, and so we have a motion and a second to accept these board norms. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed. I say vote.
Okay, passes 6-1. Do we have any committee reports? I have not been told of any. I do want to see, I'll talk to Ms. Barnhart after about this, but I notice we don't have a policy committee planned, but she just found out she's on the policy committee, so we'll get that planned very soon. Announcements. The curriculum committee will meet on Monday, January 23rd at 3:45 in the Board of Education Center. The attendance seating capacity will be 170. The general public will have an option to view remotely on NHCS.TV YouTube. The February regular board meeting will be held on Tuesday, February 7th, 2023, 5 p.m. at the Board of Education Center, right here, 1805 South 13th Street. The general public will have an option to view remotely on NHCS.TV YouTube. We don't have any need for a closed session unless you guys really want to. No, I don't think so.
Mr. Wilborn, are we having an interim meeting?
I don't think we have any need for an interim. Does anybody have a need for an interim meeting?
Well, while
I do
we're talking
not.
about that, I really felt like that we didn't finish the board retreat only because we ran out of time. And so I'd love to consider a working meeting somewhere to where we pick up some of that stuff that we didn't quite get to, so we didn't get to the 100-year plan. And just finish. I didn't feel like we finished it. And so, but I'm not proposing it's this month. I'm just saying I'd like to. And I'd like to schedule the next meeting with the public. And tonight we heard from somebody who said, hold it somewhere else. And I think logistically that doesn't work because we can't live stream it and this, that, and the other. But I want to be really sensitive to what the public's needs are. So I think we need to schedule that next, what's it called?
February.
Town hall.
The town hall, right. Absolutely.
But we would do that in
We can do
the
that in
February meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Without any other information needed, at this point, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Second?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, very good. Thank you all. Happy Board of Education Month.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How do you turn what off? Oh, yeah, right there. And then just that little thing like that, little circle thing.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I'm gonna go sign some more papers.
I will be on the radio tomorrow morning, just let you know.
You're going to be talking about me.
I will, at 7:30 in the morning. Mr. McManus?
It's not working.
Did everybody get their board, finance review sheet?
I'll be, the superintendent's conference tomorrow. Conference tomorrow.
Great, Scott. Hey, what's Shack? What is Shack? Y'all referred to it tonight. What is it?
Student health, the acronym for SHAC.
Oh, is it health?
Yeah, it's.
Oh, okay. Student health.
Council, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Excuse me.
Can I?
Excuse me.
Oh, Mason,